Almost there. Just waiting for ads. And also listening to the awesome sound effect on Simple Game Dev Stream. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Happy Wednesday to you. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Hope it's going great. Hope it's fantastic. We're looking at a window somewhere in Austria. It looks like they're in the middle of renovating a park, a very small playground, I guess, with a pool. They have a pool. Look at that. I want a pool. When do we get to have a pool? TBD, when are we having a pool party? Hello, DC Heggy. I am trying to get my wits about me. Good luck with that. Not gonna happen. Lion. Join on ad. Okay, so I'm getting the bot up and running. Oh, when was this? This was in May 2025. If you think you want a pool, I can assure you what you actually want is a friend or family member with a pool. All the splash, none of the cash. What I really want is an indoor pool that is private and no one else uses. Yeah. That's called the tub. Yes, it is. Right. So we're going to jump into this. We are about, I don't know, 2 steps away from hell. I mean, 2 steps from RTRAC being completed. 2 Steps from Hell is an amazing group, by the way, or set of composers, artists. It has, I think, 3 composers that I think you will recognize the names of. I don't know why this matters, but it came up, so let's follow that onto the desktop. So 2 Steps from Hell is comprised of Hans Zimmer, oh, what is your name, dude? I'm gonna kick myself for not remembering his name. Hello, Sergeant Reaper. Oops. Bergerson is who I'm thinking. An archaic collection of creators. Oh, maybe it's only Bergerson. My bad. So Thomas Bergerson, who is a very famous composer. You will know Thomas Bergerson's repertoire. Twilight, Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, some of them. Charles Bedalt. Charles Bedalt. Not Charles. Bedalt. Pirates of the Caribbean. Bedelt. Klaus Bedelt is what I said. Did a lot of the Pirates of the Caribbean score as well. I honestly don't know what the deal is there with which ones are credited to Klaus Bedelt and which ones are Thomas Bergerson. But anyway, amazing artists. So Chronicles of Narnia, Harry Potter, Dark Knight, Tron. So yeah. And then I don't know much about this Nick Phoenix. Man, I'm great with names. Nick Phoenix might just be a very, very talented composer. Or maybe is the technical one from them. Who knows? But Nick Phoenix, it's just 2 Steps from Hell. Epic score music is really, really good. Okay, enough gushing. On to code. So today we are finishing up as much as we can RTRAC. But Sergeant Reaper says, Bob Ross says, oh my gosh, I am not going to remember that, Bob Ross. I am not going to remember that. Those were notes that you just saw about a conversation that I had. I don't know why it was on that screen. I don't like having my notepad on that screen. When I get my account back, it won't be so bad. Yeah. Yeah, or so you think. I'm still going to be like, Bob Ross. Where have I heard that name before? You're someone that used to frequent this channel, weren't you? Okay. What was I opening Notepad for? I was opening Notepad because something. Oh, you know, just about every day. Okay. I need to turn down my lurk streams, but I really like, if you guys don't know Simple Game Dev, he is an amazing game developer. We rated him not too long ago. Shout out Simple Game Dev. He is really, really talented, doing just about everything for his game in Unity. He has went to Blender every now and then to do some more modeling and stuff for like the tentacles, but just about everything else in his game is comprised of primitives and other 3D assets that you can make inside of the Unity editor, which is incredible if you see his game. Called Artificial. Check it out on Steam. Artificial. The Sector Zero, which is a prequel to it, a teaser game that's going to be a short within the same universe, is going to be like an introductory game to that series. Get you hyped over Artificial. It's going to either be free or for a few dollars. Yeah, just can't stop talking about it. So anyway, he's picking some sound effects for a boss fight, and I love the sounds he picked. He makes so many good decisions. He's just very, very talented at knowing what types of things are pleasing to users. I honestly don't understand why his streams aren't even more popular than they are, because like the talent, the choices he makes, the way he talks through the decisions and why he's making those choices, they're fantastic. So yeah, anyway, wish list, follow, etc. on Steam. Okay, so we're finishing RTRAC as much as we can today. The UI is pretty much done. Good morning. I mean, still morning for you? Yeah, good morning, Plump. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful, well-received Wednesday. I'm trying to find more alliteration to use, but wonderful is just the main word that comes to mind, and bleh. Wicked Wednesday. Okay. I'm trying to fully follow the process for the STRAC chain of custody check logic. And so the first thing that we're doing is we're doing the compare to STRAC and then getting the COC error listing. That's probably what the issue is here. Okay. No, it looks like it's the right query. Is fatal. Is fatal should be true. Is fatal should be true. So one of the things that's happening is in the current existing application, is fatal is coming back as, not is fatal, but the way that the errors show in the UI is supposed to be showing as fatal errors or severe errors. But for whatever reason, when I'm running the same type of procedure, it is only bringing them back as error type none. So here is what I meant. I am drinking this bottle of water too fast. I need to ration my water because, oh yeah, and I'll mention this a few times throughout the stream, But starting next Wednesday is going to be the first day that I am not going to be streaming. I will be out of town. And that'll span at least the rest of that week. So no streams next week. So here's what the errors are showing up as in the currently deployed version, which is severe error, blah, 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 blah. In the revamped version, which if I push the correct buttons, we'll be able to see here shortly, or tally. Are you stuck on the build thing again? No, it's actually building. Okay. But if is COC compare, or if is STRAC check. I keep getting COC compare. It's stupid because this is called COC compare when we should be in COC check. Yeah, so COC check is not COC compare. This is actually look up the samples in another database and make sure that they have matching records. Hello, Dukasoft. Did you hear how soft I said your name? I hope it is a wild Wednesday for you. If that's something that you want. I don't want to wish a wild Wednesday on people. Severe error could sum up my morning, but the day is improving. Lots of coffee and self-care. Hope you and everyone are well. Dare I ask, what happened to your morning to make it a severe error? That does not sound good. My morning has been fantastic and wonderful. There's that wonderful word again. Just can't not say it. Okay, so this is coming up as error type none, and it should be coming up as error type severe. Severe. So why is that? Why? That's one thing that we're going to find out. The other thing that I want to do first is make sure that this logic here in the TRN service is matching the actual logic. I am changing the error listings to be similar to the error listings in record check. I wish it were a wild Wednesday, but it's really relaxing today. Well, I love relaxing. If that's not something you want, then I hope that it picks up and you get more eventful Wednesday going on and that it is enjoyable. Enjoyable. Whew. Oh dear. Okay, so if rec check response, no, rec check result. No, wait, what? Yeah, it's you. Rec check response. And yes, this does look like repeated code, and I really, really do want to look through this and find out if there are places where I can combine methods. But they are for two different processes. One is for comparing to STRAC, and another one is for comparing to just within itself to do actual record checks and validation checks and stuff like that. Sanity checks. So rec check response dot record count. Nope, just dot count. What in the world are we looking at? What am I looking at? Why is this different? You return a list of record check results and you return an int. Why? Why is that a thing? Why don't you do the same thing? Oh my God. Plump said, When I was in grade school, I had multiple teachers lean into the wacky Wednesday. Oh, that'd be tough for me. Not gonna lie. I just wanted to go to the classes, get the information, and get out. That was my goal. Make it through a day, keep my head down, try not to stir anything up. Ugh. And the other thing, like, it's weird, I say that, but one of the things that I did for my classes, especially in high school, is because I didn't like sitting there, and there were some teachers that did the let me ask this question to the whole class instead of like specifically picking someone, which is nice, you know. I don't like being singled out and suddenly put on the spot myself, but also that just meant that we're sitting there in silence and no one is answering. So I would sit in the second row from the right, or second column from the right, second row back. So pretty much one seat in from the top right corner of the class. And when the teacher would ask questions to everyone and it was quiet, I would just mumble the answer because I just wanted to get on with it. You know? You're such a weirdo. Yeah, this thing is actually... So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the stored procedure. Oh, DC Aggie said to Plump, yes, but in your school, which day was opposite day? All of the fun things. And this is why I don't do those things with my students. I usually have specific questions for a small group. Yeah, that's awesome. You're so considerate. I mean, there are benefits for it. Like, there are going to be students with different preferences, and my preferences were always just treat me as nobody, treat me as just completely invisible would be nice. But yeah. There are the kids that are like, I need to demonstrate that I know what I'm talking about. And then there are the ones that are like, it's whatever. It doesn't even faze them one way or the other. I was not one of those. I was a special needs student. I was in some very interesting classes. Yeah. Oh, remembering school is starting to give me a panic attack. Great. I got this, though. I got this. I'm just an introvert that remembers being a student. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, brain. Come back. Everything is fine. So, like, I don't want to say this out loud because it usually triggers troll behavior, and I don't want to trigger troll behavior right now. But I'm thinking about the trip next week. I'm still trying to figure out how exactly I'm going to do the whole car thing. I was trying to decide whether continuing to go with renting the gas car, combustion engine car for the trip is going to be better than just trying to figure out how the electric car works and how to charge it. But because it's going to be pretty much 8 hours of driving on the first day and then adding 2 charging breaks, which are going to be about an hour each at least, would make it not an easy drive. So I decided to just get a gas car so that I can just fill it up. And yeah. And of course we chose not to fly because airports, people. However, another thing came up recently, which is that my parents are going to renew their vows in Puerto Rico. And it is their 50th anniversary. Congratulations to them. It'll be in December. but they've been through a lot together, and they are wanting to renew their vows at the place they got married, which is awesome, and they pretty much want everyone there. So Christy and I are gonna make the trip to Puerto Rico, and like trying to decide what days to go there. First of all, their anniversary is December 27th. I don't know if you know what that means or what that implies as far as taking a trip somewhere that is not in the States. Something about traveling in Christmas to a tropical island. Just so much. So much. It's a lot. It's a lot, but I love them and I want to honor them, but I also want to hold on to my own boundaries, and I'm starting to sweat. Okay, we're good. We're good. Plump said, oh no, sorry. Okay, is the trek out of town next week? Something fun? No, it's actually another family imposed trip. Christy's parents, Christy's mom in particular, is trying to keep her, and this is, again, no judgments on this. It's just not how my wife and I operate. It's not how we view family. We're more of a found family type of mindset. The family we're born into, sure, there are some courtesies and respect to be given there, but obligations and I forget how it's put. It has something to do with inadvertent. I was gonna say a different word. Inadvertent. Enslavement. Yeah, well-meaning enslavement. Essentially. So her mom is asking that the entire family, her two sisters, their spouses, their children, and Christy and me are all there for this trip. And it's going to be a week long, and go late October and stay until mid-January. I don't really want to stay on the island for that long, especially around that season. Yeah, so some of the other considerations that happen on Christmas in Puerto Rico are these things called parranda. Where a whole bunch of people just kind of walk the streets, playing, singing music. They'll go up to people's doors, knock on them, and if the people let them in, then they go inside singing happily, loudly, and playing music. And yeah, this is pretty much what it looks like inside of the house that they visit. And they go to pretty much like every house on the block. And then so we're like, do we want to go on the 24th? Do we want to travel on Christmas Day? What is fair to my parents as far as like we get there on the 25th, spend the 26th with them, and then do the 27th ceremony thing and then fly out on the 28th? Am I gypping them because my wife and I are going to be spending a week with her parents? Oh, there are two R's in it. Whoops, there's an R. We're going to be spending a full week with her parents. And so is it fair to my parents? And it's like, is that really what I need to consider right now? Or do I need to consider my own mental health? Or am I just being selfish? All of those things I just have to contend with just because of the nature of how I exist. Anyway, DC Aggie says I'd do the same about getting a car, renting a car. And then, oh, that's sweet and amazing. Yeah, it is awesome that they have been together for 50 years. 50 years. It's awesome. Lately, what they've been doing together, my dad is really, really good at carpentry type stuff. he was making these horse jumps. I've shown them before. Fort Riley horse jump. What are they called? Desk. Something or other. The things that you can put on a desk. These. So actually, again, I'm pretty sure that this one is, well, no, it's not clean enough for it to be one that my dad put together. But the way that he puts them together is he does real horse jumps, like actual stone, actual concrete, and him and my mom have been putting a lot of these together, selling them to a small mom and pop shop, and it's pretty much the source for all of these. This has become a trademark of people on Fort Riley, like retirements and ceremonies and all of that stuff. So it's really, really cool that he did that. Him and I, we built my bass guitar together. That was a lot of fun. He is really, really good with wood, working wood and making shadow boxes, making display wall mount things. So yeah, so him and mom have been doing these together for the past, I don't know, 5-10 years. And they're getting down to the last bit of it where they're like, yeah, we need to slow down on this and we don't want to keep doing it. So, but it's really, really cool stuff. So that's my dad. That's my mom and dad. Okay. Whew. But yes, found family is the best. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ooh. Okay, so RTRAC. As you can see here, it says error type none. And here, the same record check, the same issues too, says error type severe in the existing. So one thing that I need to figure out is why is this coming back with error type none instead of error type severe? The other thing that we just found out was that this version of the record check, this compared to STRAC, gives us back an int as opposed to a list of errors, which is good. We don't need the list of results back because we are querying for the list of results next. Error type num and error level superior. Sounds like mother superior. Error level superior. So we're going to get back the, and it's weird because the error type severe should be coming from is fatal being true. That's what actually tells us to put error type severe. And I will verify that by going here. Right, and it's like this. It's in one of these. Yeah, so if is fatal, then error type severe in both of these cases. If is fatal, error type severe. And then we're only showing the error type from that point on. The original RTRAC early in the day for Catholicism-based jokes. I mean puns. Puns is what you wrote. Filling in the blank myself. It's weird because there is this if is fatal is equal to 0, then it's none. If it's equal to 1, then severe. If it's equal to 2, then it's archive. Otherwise, it's error. It's a Boolean in the database. It's always been a Boolean, even before I migrated the database into AWS. The is fatal field on the errors table has always been a Boolean. So there's no way is fatal is going to be anything other than 0 or 1. It's so weird. So weird. And now hear me out, says DC Aggie, just like that. As long as you aren't trying to purposefully inject any things that you know I'm uncomfortable with, then I'll hear you out. Error 1 plus error 2 equals 2. Maybe. If you do bit plus bit, like the plus sign, isn't the plus sign a bit shift? A bit shift operation. No, angle bracket is a bit shift operation. Okay, yes. Yes, DC Aggie. Except, okay, if it's a bit plus bit, then it will be a Boolean still. Not if the bit is placed into an int. True. True. Very true. Plump says, when my kiddos say, hear me out, I can almost guarantee I'm going to be dying laughing. Now hear me out. Okay. So we are trying to fill in the blank. Oh, what was that from? It was hilarious, whatever that's from. There was a parody on a game show or something that was John was so dumb, like the name of the game was fill in the blank, and or the portion of the game or something. Anyway, John was so dumbfounded he drew a blank. Yeah, it was funny. I thought it was funny. Hello, Minitium. Minitium. How would you like me to pronounce your name, first of all? Second, hey, I've been working with Django and React and was thinking of expanding into backend. More was considering Node or Spring Boot, but saw you're into .NET. Would you say ASP.NET is worth picking up for jobs? I'm not familiar with C#, so just wondering how steep the learning curve is. If you're already comfortable with Java, then you will be, it will be a little bit easier for you to pick up on C#. It may also present extra challenges just because of the nuances and the differences between the two languages and the syntax. But for the most part, you'll understand the object-oriented nature, using methods, using assigning variables, passing things as references. Your final is pretty much our static, I think. Anyway, there are similarities. Oh, that's the thing. You're only JS and Python. Okay, you'll still have some familiarity with object-oriented because of JavaScript. And then Python, I mean, there are quite a few syntax differences. But yeah, JavaScript, it's more so the naming of things and then the strongly typedness of things that you won't be comfortable or familiar with right off the bat. It may even drive you insane. Potentially. So I love strongly typed languages, and I like to know that when I am getting something back from a method, this var here, for example, infers the strongly typed type on what I am getting back from performing this method, from calling this method. And so when I hover over it in my IDE, it's telling me that this is going to be a list of record check results. And then there's this funny little question mark at the end that says, this is also potentially null. So it's either going to be null or it's going to be a list of record check result. And then when I use that, I know the methods and properties that I get from lists, like the count of items in there, which is kind of like the dot length on an array in JavaScript. But again, you'll find a lot of similarities between how you end up writing your functions and methods. Try catch would be somewhat familiar to you. Await async would be somewhat familiar if you aren't only using promises currently. Yeah. So with all that said, I do think that C# is a great language to learn for back-end code and front-end code, but also back-end code to answer your question. However, I can't tell you whether or not the market is there for people who know how to use .NET for their back-end. Thank you, TBD. Okay. Thanks for the lurk. For the lurk. Shout out TBD Gamer. If you are interested in seeing more .NET developers, TBD Gamer streams on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Next week, I think he's going back to his 5-day, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is UTC-4 currently. But he is a .NET developer working in different set of technologies as well. But so I honestly don't know what the market is like. I just know that I've always been employed as a .NET developer. Granted, the first 15 years of that was in a human resources office, but I was still doing .NET related things. So I was officially a human resources specialist, information systems, but I did get to work on the human resources system with the actual team that does the software development. That said, the main employee portal for all of the Department of the Army civilian employees, the employee portal was Java. So they were, it was a JSP application, Java Servlet Pages app. And it had many parts, many moving pieces. And I don't know if it still is, but the technologies that I worked with, the human resources technologies, were all ASP. And at the time it was ASP Classic. Because it was that long ago. I'm old. Except I'm young. Except I'm old. Didn't I collapse all these already? Apparently most companies use Java. Yeah, and I don't know that for sure. I do know that when I was working for a contracting firm, a lot of the clients that they were servicing, I don't know if I can say it that way, were using Java as their backend technology with Spring. I don't even know if that's how you say that phrase. Java with Spring? Is it just Java Spring? Is it just Spring? But I do know that's what they were using. Yeah, this is, I can't do if this is greater than 0 or if record count is greater than 0 either. So what we're gonna do instead is look at the original logic. Too much to learn, too little time? I don't know. You might find yourself, again, how long have you been working in JavaScript or using JavaScript and Django and Python? Is Django the UI or is it its own language? If you can tell, I'm pretty much all in on .NET for the technologies that I use for writing software. And I don't keep up too much with the other technologies, which is not to say that those technologies should not be used for software development or that you should only use .NET or that .NET is the best thing to use for software development. It is entirely possible .NET could be one of the most difficult things. It's probably that it falls in the category of it works for some things, doesn't work for others. So it's a high-level Python web framework. Okay, so I'm going to assume full stack with Django. Learn one, then a couple more. Basic skills can transfer pretty easily, says DC Aggie, though you may find tools you like better than others. Right. You have a few options as far as IDEs when it comes to working with .NET. You can use Visual Studio, which is the one that has all of the integrated tools. It was intended to be the thing you use for .NET development. But then there's Visual Studio Code, which is an editor that you can add extensions to and pretty much make it like an IDE, a development environment that has all of the tools and things that you need. You can do everything from the command line for .NET. in that. And then there's Writer, which used to be a paid service, which was worth, not paid service, paid platform. It was everything paid IDE, and it was worth the money from what I hear from the people that do use it. All of the tools that come with it are worthwhile, are worth using, and it's gone free. So there is a free version of it, and you can pretty much do all the things that you can do with Visual Studio using Visual Studio Code or Writer. Goodness me. I personally have recently been flipping back and forth between Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code because Visual Studio Code does a lot better job using GitHub Copilot integrations. And if you're used to using Visual Studio Code already for Django and React, you might enjoy using it for .NET. There are so many people that love it for .NET. We have another developer who frequents our stream called Marcus Voice Coder, who uses it, but in a different way than a lot of us do. The main reason he uses Visual Studio Code over any of the other IDEs that are available is that it has an extension that helps him to navigate the code base and the screen and the lines of code using only his voice. So he uses a combination of an application called Talon to do a lot of the voice control and voice command type stuff on his computer, as well as that extension in Visual Studio Code to navigate around the code, get to the Copilot chat box, and now he's been doing a lot more. And I am going to start using the term normally if it comes up, but I will start also, I'm still going to stick to saying partner programming, but when I say that, equate it to vibe coding if you want. So he does it all with voice, and it is incredible to see how accessible it has become for him to write browser extensions, a full-on app for learning how to work with words, you know, help you skill up your ability to do wordage, essentially. So it's very, very cool to see him working in that. So yeah, plenty of stuff. So from me, my direct answer is yes, it is worthwhile to learn .NET to do backend code. I also think it's worthwhile to learn it for front-end code, but if you wanted, you could put an Angular front end on it. If you wanted, you can put whatever other client you want on top of this backend that you're just creating for a server only. I love working with Blazor. Blazor means that I can write HTML and HTML-like things and C# in the same file. It's a lot like the templating. It's a lot like the componentizing of React components. It just looks a bit different. DC Aggie further says, oh wait, I completely missed another Minitium comment. I just graduated and it's like my second internship. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't get any internships after I graduated. I was still working in a human resources office, got promoted to my permanent position, stuck with human resources and federal service for way too long out of feeling like it was a very stable position and I was able to make a living doing it, but I was so unhappy and I made a lot of poor choices as a result. Well, not even as a result, just I'm blaming those experiences on, or I'm blaming my poor choices on those experiences when I had it in me the whole time. It was going to happen regardless, but I did make it through that, and I did end up becoming a full-on developer, doing software development for a living, by title, by trade, by actual work that I do. So it's really fun. Okay, now DC Aggie says, you can also go full neckbeard and write .NET using NeoVim in a tiling window manager on your hand-rolled Arch Linux box. .NET is very flexible for learning. I think VS Code and VS Proper will be assumed in many courses and tutorials. True, true. I agree with that. Nice, similar to Django. It has this with HTML and Python. Yeah, so I'll show a few things. If you feel like sticking around, there is no obligation for you to stick around. You asked your question. Hopefully we gave you a good answer. If you do want to follow up on any of those questions, we do have a Discord server. It's very quiet. So if you're already a part of way too many Discords, don't even worry about it. You don't need to join yet another one, but it's a very quiet server. But when you do ask a question, you generally will receive a response that is thoughtful, and people do not berate you for asking a question that should be known, or whatever they do on Stack Overflow, or asking it the wrong way. If anything, we'll ask for clarification. We'll ask for follow-up. Oh, no, you're absolutely okay. I am in the middle of my workday and I am working on work product. However, I have established a system for myself that has made me more comfortable with being able to take some time to respond. If it's for trolley reasons, if you're just trying to derail me for the sake of derailing me, that's when I start having conniptions and hissy fits and whatever else you want to call it. I just find that to be disrespectful. But you were asking a genuine question, and it was a great question. And I will treat pretty much any question you ask as such, unless you give me reason not to. So I am happy to respond and provide resources for other amazing developers that will also have some insight on it. DC Aggie does also stream on occasion, but he streams gaming. Shout out to DC Aggie. Every now and then. It's not often, but when he does, it's so much fun. I usually am only able to lurk because it's usually during time that I have devoted to spending with my wife, which is pretty much any time that I'm not streaming or working. But if he streamed during my workday when I'm not streaming, I would absolutely be actively lurking on his stream. That's right, I said actively lurking. Gotta scoot out early, says Plump. Teacher stuff. Everyone have a solid rest of your day. You as well. You as well. Enjoy. Cheers, says DC Aggie. DCaggie. Wait, you told me never to call you that. I retract that. It's either Aggie or DC Aggie. I apologize for my slip. Okay, so if you feel like sticking around, I'll show you more of the UI portion of this because that's where we're heading next after this. I just want to make sure that the server-side logic is following the behavior of the original application. This application that I'm working on is a migration of an existing application. This is what it currently looks like in production. It's been like this since about 2005. It's been terrible. I improved the functionality of it when I came here the first time, changing it from JSP, from Java Servlet Pages, to .NET MVC. And then so this is the .NET Framework MVC application version. After I finished the rest of the applications, there were a lot more applications than this one. I decided that I want to come back to this one, get it updated to Blazor, modernize the UI a bit. It's still not the best UI. I am not a UI UX first person. I am a functionality first person. I care about making sure the application runs smoothly, that it's usable. I don't necessarily care whether it looks very pretty or not. I mean, I do, but I don't want to put in the effort for it. But here we are. So we do have a fairly decent looking app. The UI is mostly partner programmed with ChatGPT. It did a lot of the decisions on creating this main page layout where we have this title at the top so the user knows where they are, what function of the application they're using. I personally think it's a little bit too big for the pages. I am zoomed in, but when you consider it, this is how big the window is going to be for most users. This is 1080 because I'm on, well, it's actually a little bit bigger than 1080, isn't it? No, this is 1080. Yeah, I'm on 38, 38, 660. 3840 by 20. If you can remember 1920 by 1080, you can remember what size this resolution is, which is 3840 by 2160. And thank you so much for the follow. So this is going to be the size, the maximum size. If their window is full screen, this is going to be the maximum size of the window relative to their screen. Most likely it's going to be somewhere around here. So that's, and this is at 100% zoom. Since we're on stream, since we're on camera, I just zoom in myself. Oh, hey, there's a link to the user guide. Really? I could have sworn I updated all of these images, image references. Whatever. I'll get those updated. I will. They need new images anyway, because these are screenshots from the original application. But yeah, so we have our user guide and stuff. Okay, so we are on, so this page and this page are essentially exactly the same. Oh, the app isn't running anymore. That's what the issue is. Blazor is for checking functionality, right? Or is it a replacement for JavaScript? It is a UI framework, essentially. So think of Angular as the front end for a Node application or something. Whoa, Dukasoft has a command for that. Awesome. Very nice, Dukasoft. So Blazor in itself, well, I guess the ecosystem of Blazor is the ability to write HTML and C# in the same file, control your display using C#, which means that when I am clicking on one of these and I'm clicking the compare button, there's C# code that is running instead of JavaScript code. However, if I wanted to, I could also use JavaScript for things like getting the location of the user or other JavaScript package libraries. So I still have access to use JavaScript. It's just I prefer to write C# when I'm coding. So this is a for loop in C# that loops over all of the record check results, the analysis results. And then there's another for loop inside of here that loops through all of the errors for that specific sample record. You can see that better in something that has more errors per sample. So you can imagine what this would look like. It's a for each in this grouped by the entire sample record, essentially. And then here are all of the errors for that. So here's another for loop inside of that for each error in the errors for that sample group. Then print those out. And then this is all just HTML with if statements that says, if the error is severe, then we're going to add a CSS rule that is text danger. Otherwise, it's going to be text primary. And so we can control a lot of the UI. Another thing that I noticed, though, is that the field name in here is bolded. So I'll have to fix that. In fact, let's fix that now, just to show it, because it's going to be another little bit before I actually do compare this. So I have the original code over here that I'm trying to compare this to. But let's just go ahead and fix this display for the field name. And so that's going to be in a component. The way that I structured this is I have the page that this appears on, which is going to be the record check page. You know it's a routable page because at the top there is this app page directive and then the route to this page. So you can see up here, well, you probably can't see it because it's so tiny, but you can see up here that the route is /records check, and that is matching this route here. Case insensitive, unless you tell it to be case sensitive on the server itself. Then I have this other component that is going to essentially lay out my page for me. We have a main layout with a the nav bar, the login stuff, all of that is on a main layout that applies to every single page. But if I wanted to apply the same kind of, here's the title portion, here is a lab selector, and here's a TRN selector, then I would use this page layout. And a TRN for the purposes of this application are just text files that contain information about sample analyses performed by a lab. So within this, I have another component. This all used to be in one big file, but I decided to break them out to make it easier to share this component between the records check page and the COC check page, which look exactly the same. And so this component here is the one that shows the results. It's this table down here. And that has a, for each one of these, actually no, it is the rest of the rows of the table. So all of this stuff up here is essentially more templating, more, we will always get this on the tables no matter what. Then everything else for this table is in another component called record check result display. And that record check result display has, we don't need this anymore. Goodbye. This is where I was saying if the error, the overall resulting error for this request was one of those error messages, or there are any specific errors at all, then we're going to get an X danger. So this was error is specifically when you do the HTTP request to the server, or there is an error on the server. This has nothing to do with the actual business logic. This is if the application failed in some way, we're going to have this was error populated with an error message. And that will display here, a user-friendly error message, or if I'm in dev, then the actual dev error message so that I can see the details of it. I wonder how long I'm going to keep this. Like, the more I look at this, there is no way that the return object is going to be null. We need to revisit that. So anyway, here is just a variable declaration. In JavaScript, you have var, but you would most likely use let or const. Probably const in this case, when you are trying to decide what class to pick for this. And then here, this @ symbol with that variable after it is saying print out the value from that variable in this spot. So it's going to be OI-X space text danger. And that's how we get this class on this indicator, this icon. So that's that. This is saying, give me the current results return object. So the return object is the thing that we're getting back from the server within our result object. And then the lab lot display is just this thing, AR space FL23. Then if there are actual errors, or if there aren't any actual errors, then say success. You did great. Good job. You. Fantastic work. Otherwise, print out this comments row, which is its own component, makes it easier to reuse. The for through this group by TRN ID. So each of these rows in the current application, by the way, you get multiple. Watch it time out. Yep. I do love going through this because it does help solidify how the application is working and verify that it is actually working the way that I think it should be working. So in the original application, you get repeated rows. And I was like, that doesn't make sense to do when, like, for this particular row, it has this severe error, units not valid, and it has this severe error as well. These two are the same record. They're the same TRN. So what I decided, and I verified with the users that they like this approach, what I decided is we're just going to print out that one sample record once and then display all of the errors for that one sample record. And they like that. They like that a lot. All right, Minisham says, in a way, I can relate it to Django concepts, just different syntax. See? Exactly, and you're already starting to see those correlations as far as how you're putting your UI together. You're able to write code that is responsive in the browser itself. So when I click on this button, so here's the when I click on this button logic. This is what that looks like. On button click, because in this extra component, this color here, this teal-ish blue-green color, is one that indicates this is a C# component. Otherwise, it would be that blue that you get from regular HTML. So this is regular HTML. And then anytime that you see yellow or gold, whatever color you want to call this, it's typically a C# function that it's pointing to. So that function is in a code behind file so that I keep the logic separate from the UI code itself. You could put it directly on the same page, in the same component, in a code block. This is valid as well. I would recommend, if it's going to be anything longer than just saying here are the parameters that you can specify for this component, I would recommend putting it in a code behind file. And Visual Studio makes that really easy. I think it's also available in Writer. Not parameters. So a parameter just means that when you write this component like a HTML, it looks like a HTML attribute, but it's really a C# binding object. So I could give it this disable submit. Actually, that already exists. I could give it this some parameter that's a Boolean. And when I use this component, when I use the record check, which by the way, even though this is a full page, I could use it in another page just by saying record check some parameter, and there it is. And then I can specify the value of that some parameter when I'm using it. So what this would do is create an infinite loop essentially and cause the application to freeze and break, because it's going to keep trying to use the same record check page inside of the record check page inside of the record check page. So bad idea. Don't do this. I was just showing that as an example. So anyway, you get the picture there. Okay. So to get this, the field name portion of this to be bold, and that really is happening everywhere, right? Yeah, so everywhere, everything from the dashes for the field name on are bold. Oh boy. So that would be here. I really don't like how this is put together still. Yeah. I will come up with a better way for this. Okay, since I think, like, I tend to roll my own CSS, by the way, and this application seems to be using a mix of my custom rolled CSS and Bootstrap. So I'm going to go ahead and use that. No, actually, this is how websites looked in 1998. I'm kidding. It's really, really just not great. Like, all of the applications our users used until 2017. Here is another example of one that I left looking exactly like it did when I inherited it. Vegemon. Oh, except for the login page, because that's the ASP.NET login page. So this is what the vegetation monitoring application looks like currently, the one that they are using. And yeah, it's just so hard to tell what anything is happening. Again, functionality is better than the original app was, but it's still crap as far as UI UX. is concerned. Yeah, and then when you close, it doesn't keep state. And again, I verified when I was doing this application that this is how it behaved before I touched it, before I turned it from JSP over to MVC, .NET MVC. Excuse me. Ooh. So I guess just to give you an indication of just how many applications I've touched, I will point at them. And that's about it. Just point at them. They used to run on a technology called IBM WebSphere. Original Java application. So ArcGIS is the ArcGIS, the thing that drives our map. So we have an application that has a map on it, and the map is provided by our local ArcGIS server that we provide our own geodata for. And that is this one here. This is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, the place that I work. All of these little green dots mean a thing. All of the red dots mean another thing. All of the blue dots mean, well, the blue ones don't matter. The orange dot means a thing that isn't orange. It just looked orange. Orange. So this map has its own web adapter. So it's not really something that I control. It's just a web adapter that was installed on the server. Vegemon you just saw, EDTC is no longer used, but I did convert it. It is an application for being able to transfer documents that need signatures from person to person for our internal document routing, because documents can get up to like hundreds of megs, the ones that actually need signatures, which is crazy. Hazard tracking, which is now fully Blazor. It is a place where our users can report hazardous or safety observations that they have observed at the National Wildlife Refuge. Lysimeter is no longer used. It is for these devices called lysimeters that just detect how much moisture is in the air. We don't use them anymore. The Chain of Custody app, which we'll be working on again as soon as I'm done with RTRAC and the lab data upload utility. RMA Water, which you just saw, it is for generating the reports that are used for our mandatory reporting to various agencies, various environmental agencies, both state and federal. RTRAC is the one that I'm working on currently. Treatment plant upload was a web application for our treatment plant workers to upload the water levels and stuff and meter readings from our treatment plants. That has been integrated into what used to be a VB6 desktop application that was the water management application that is now a Blazor application from VB6 to VB.NET WinForms to Blazor. Success story in the bag. It was fun. It was a very fun app. We had another contractor come in just to convert the app from VB6 to VB.NET, and then I converted that app from VB.NET to Blazor. That was a lot of, it was really cool. I liked it. The other two desktop apps that became Blazor were DDMS and DDMS Tools, which is our repository for documents, and these documents date back to like 1960s or so. But this was another fun application. This was the first one that I did in Blazor when I was learning Blazor. And I made a lot of mistakes. I made a lot of choices that weren't quite what the way that I would do it now that I've learned a lot more. But I still think it came out pretty good and our users are enjoying it. So I'm glad for that. We will come back to this one and make it better, make it easier to maintain, make improvements on it. And finally is the STRAC, the sample tracking application, which is used right after the sampling team goes out into the field, collects the soil, water, air samples, puts them in a bag, puts a little chain of custody paper in there, seals the bag with tamper tape, sends it to the lab. They use the STRAC application to notify the lab that there are samples coming to the lab. And this is how they track the progress of where those samples are. So we'll be integrating that application into the chain of custody web application. Right now, it's still a desktop application, but we're going to convert it to Blazor. Anything else? I skipped over SQL Web because we are definitely not going to use that nor talk about it. Yeah, there you go. That's the dealio. Okay. So Minisham says, honestly, C# and ASP seems super convincing. My only fear is that what if there are no entry-level jobs for freshers? Yeah, I honestly don't know the market. There are some people that are job hunting currently that would be able to give you that information a little better, but I don't know what fields they are fully in, to be honest. Maybe, for example, or just maybe, I think is currently in the middle of a job hunt. Yeah. Who else? Bardaki has been working in web applications lately, and he started doing Blazor, I think, or at least some amount of .NET. Other people that are using it, Anna Sastev uses it for her book story writing platform. Yeah. I know a lot of people that are using it, but I have no idea what the job market is like. We have had a lot of people, I'm going to say 2 or 3 people from our stream get jobs for .NET, for Blazor even specifically. So there's Deflux, there is Broken Sword, Do So. I kind of remember either Do So or Zerg, or not Zerg. Zuli. What was your name? What's your name, dude? Dude, that I can't remember his name. Zoltra Lord. I got it. I got it. I know this. Yeah, just a bunch of people. Aww. And then Belint posts his cat pictures in our pet love channel. Oh, I love cats. Scott says, I got a job 2 days after graduating computer science, which is Blazor. I did not know that. I got my job 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 8 years after I graduated, my actual programming job. But that's because I wasn't looking for a software development job until 8 years after I graduated. I stayed with federal service for as long as I could because I was comfortable there. I felt like it was a secure job. Again, it supported my lifestyle. But when I started looking, I got a .NET job within 3 months. Yeah, it was good. Mostly you're going to find .NET backends in government type organizations, banks, and education. That's what I've heard. So if that doesn't sound very fun to you, there are options. And again, I personally, there are some people that might on this stream, but I discourage it. I personally don't knock other languages. If you think that Java is going to be the one that is going to work for you, I won't be able to give you very much input on it because I don't know enough about what the market is like. But I can tell you what my experience with C# is like, and I won't knock either. If you choose to use .NET, awesome, we'll be here to support you. If you choose to use Java, awesome, we'll be here to support you. Not necessarily with code, but we'll still support you. Okay, what is the Bootstrap class for bold? FW bold. All right, is this enough to do it? We should have hot reload. We should have hot reload. Hello? Lukewarm reload, even. Everything's on. Hello. Oh, you know what? I think putting this inside of a span might cause the wrapping to go weird. Hot do your own reload. It's how it feels, Duka Duka. That's absolutely how it feels right now. Yeah, anyway, welcome in, Manisham. I know that was a pretty long response to your question. I hope it addressed it a little bit, gave you some of my experiences and the other people's in chat. And that it was beneficial in the long run. Huh. You are most welcome. So that's very odd. We are not getting an update for field name. Yeah, so we should see another, a span inside of a span. Wait, how is that a span inside of a span? That does not seem right. There's a div, there's a span, but that span is closed here. Spantastic! Oh, I love spam. It's got to be here. Okay. I see. So this should not be a span. If I make you a div, we might need to make sure that this is display inline block. And then a span. That was... So what is that other thing? That's not going to be good to find out. Font weight bold. Hot reload says... Code changes applied. Bam! Delayed hot reload, but hot reload nonetheless. Boom. That's going to be a fun part of the story. So I hesitate to talk about these types of things. I recently had a conversation with someone about the dissemination of information regarding AI. And sorry if you were hearing noises from my microphone. I was playing with it just now because, man, what am I doing to myself today? So one of the things that I tend to talk about regarding the use of AI in software development is, or the use of AI period, is that AI is a mirror. It is going to reflect back to you in the way that you are approaching it. And I don't mean that it's going to tell you the same words back or anything like that, or it's going to show you only the things that you are showing it. But in a sense of, if you are going into it energetically, and again, dismiss all of this if you are not a fan of thinking of AI in this way, you definitely do not have to. I'm not here to push any of my values or thoughts and opinions on you. Make up your own minds, make your decisions, be responsible for your own actions and ideas. So if you go into it with an energy of, you're just going to frustrate me, why am I even working with you? Why am I even trying to use AI for this? It's just going to fail. It's going to fail. It is going to mirror that back to you. It's going to be like, yeah, this is crap. This system is not good enough to do the thing that you want to do. If you go into it speaking with a lighter approach, or a more, what's my favorite word? Synergetic approach, where you are working with it, it will work with you and it will accomplish whatever it is that you are trying to accomplish, given that you are working within the limitations of the platform as well. There are many limitations with context size. There are many limitations with abilities, the things that it can and can't do as far as editing code. When it gets stuck on a code and it completely mangles a file because it can't finish the file, And then it's like, I'm just going to delete it and recreate it. And you're like, you just need to fix this one thing. If you go in and fix that one thing and then continue the same conversation, there are going to be issues that you'll encounter. And so once you learn all of these little quirks, then you'll find it an easier time, in my opinion. I think you will find it to be an easier time and more enjoyable to work with. However, in that same token, if you turn around and start treating it like a reflection of how you may treat other software developers in your organization, and I'm not saying any of you do this, I have been guilty of doing this. That person's an idiot. I can't trust them with doing XYZ, so I'm going to do it myself. If you approach AI like that, it is going to fail on you as well. It is not going to accomplish the thing. You will see the thing that you're expecting manifest. That's a thing. So that said, I would like to encourage those of you who are okay with thinking of it that way, even if it's just word choice, to, if you are working with AI to accomplish some small chunk of thing, like think unit test, treat AI in a unit kind of way. Let's do this one unit of work together. Here's the scope of it. Many people may find it just frustrating to have to narrow down and explicitly put information about, let's limit our code changes to this scope. Because that's too many words. You could have gotten it done by that time in the amount of time it took you. Then don't use AI at that point in time. Continue going the way you were. If your company says you must use AI, I mean, these are ways that you could be successful with it. If you choose to adopt them, you may find your own ways. Is that it? That's it. I don't even remember how that started coming out, but it came up. It just had to do with AI being a mirror. And I wanted to clarify, when you hear that again, what I mean by using it as a mirror. Or by AI being a mirror. It will reflect back to you the way that you are approaching it. And if, like, the way that you treat AI is also potentially a reflection of how you treat other people too. If you can treat AI cordially and with respect, you'll find an easier time treating humans cordially and with respect, in my opinion. It may not be true for you. Test it, find out if it is, or don't. Ignore that completely. Anyway, Dukesoft says, I love using it as rubber duck. I love using it as a partner programmer, as a software developer that I work with, that I enjoy working with, that I can trust to do stuff. Okay, so allegedly I just fixed the this thing, and since I fixed it in the component that both of these pages use, then it's going to be fixed in this page as well. And there it is. Field name is bold. Now it matches the original. President Not Sure says, I'm primarily using it as a problem solver, so kind of rubber ducking. Yeah. There are many, many uses for it. There are many times that it is not going to be good at what you're asking it, unless you change the way you ask it sometimes. Find those quirks, find those things that make it not respond to you in the way that you're expecting. And see if you can leverage those as, I don't know, to end up in a positive outcome is all. The one thing that I'm discouraged by, or the one thing that causes me to tick a little bit, is when I hear people saying, I did this with AI, it didn't work for me, don't ever do this. It's like, I love hearing your experience of what happened when you used AI in a particular way. However, I have also used it for a similar task and found it to be successful. So please don't tell people not to do it at all. Instead, give your horror story or whatever it is and let the other people decide whether they want to try it out their own way. That would be what I would love to hear more of. Guys, I tried it for this. It didn't work for me. I tried having it create an entire application from scratch. I tried having it do a synthwave scene. I think I've shown that synthwave scene on stream before. You know, like an endless racer where a car is kind of positioned in a fixed position in front of the camera. The terrain is moving towards the car can veer left and right. And there's this nice little synthwave sun in the distance, and it got pretty close, but there were just a lot of things that because I was not skilled with Unity or with it was using Three.js on the first try, and then I tried to get everything into Unity, and then it was using Unity and scripts in Unity for the second try, and I was still learning the tool, learning how to use it. I think if I tried it again, I would have a lot more successful results. Yeah. So anyway, point is, I would like to shift the way that we speak with each other in our community, in our industry, to use AI if you think it is the right tool for you to use. Here are some cautionary tales. However, you make the ultimate decision. Try it out, find out if it works. If it doesn't, then you will have seen my point. If it does work, tell me what you did with it. How did you get it to work? I don't get AI to do things for me. That's another thing that I do differently, I think. I work with AI. I'm okay with saying that. A lot of people are like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing I want to do or admit to. I refuse to put my mindset in, I'm working with AI to write code. And that's completely valid from my experience. President Usher says some people won't use LLMs due to concerns other than output quality, stealing content to train the models, power consumption, etc. But it doesn't have anything to do with how LLMs work because they refuse to use them at all. Also valid. Also valid. I am really working not as hard. I am personally working to make it so that the energy consumption that goes into my AI use comes from renewable sources. I just need to be able to get a model that is good enough to put in place of GitHub Copilot, or not in place of, to be able to feed through the GitHub Copilot application and use that. How do you do that? Make it come from renewable resources. So I think I've mentioned this before, but I am personally getting more solar panels on my roof. Again, solar panels have their issues. Everything is going to have their issues. It's not a perfect solution. But once it is in place, it is a better solution than what it was. So solar panels that will cover the entire energy consumption of my house based off of the past year's energy bills and usage and all that stuff, which includes how I'm currently using local LLMs, and surpass it by a bit so that I can also charge a battery so that I can use it in off-peak hours. Exactly. So right now in Copilot, President, I'm saying exactly, and if you aren't actually looking at chat, you won't know what I'm saying exactly to. President Not Sure said, yeah, you use, dang it. I guess the power consumption I'm talking about is where LLMs are hosted if you use a cloud-based one, yes. And currently I am utilizing Sonnet as the LLM, Claude Sonnet, so Anthropic's platform. If I were more diligent, and I wish I were, I just don't feel the drive to be, which probably makes me a bad person in some way, shape, or form. And I do not want to be a bad person or seen as being a bad person, but it is what it is. So I'm probably going to come across as a bad person for saying this. I want to be more diligent in seeing what is powering the servers that are running these AI LLMs for the companies, the platforms that I am using the tools from, because I don't know what those are. I'm kind of turning a blind eye to. It is something that I am using successfully, and I'm utilizing tools that exist, is how I phrase it for myself. I can't tell you how to think about me because of that. I just know what the audience in my head is doing when I say things like that, and it's not cheering. It is not applauding. And it's hard enough to hear that and then to hear other people say it. Oh. Okay. We can keep talking about this, by the way. I am not dropping the subject just by saying, okay, sorry about that. I do want to continue seeing if we can verify that the TRN service is following the original logic. So President Not Sure said, yeah, all I know is that Grok is using diesel generators to supplement in Memphis. Not that I would voluntarily use any product from that man anyway. Yeah, and again, I don't necessarily know the backgrounds of the things. And that is what I think most people would have an issue with me about. I'm not, like, I talk about wanting to be mindful and wanting to be considerate of our environment. And at the same time, I'm like, I don't do the research to find out what exactly, like, how was the knowledge base sourced that trained this LLM? I'm not looking that up. I'm not doing the research behind it to find that out, to see if I truly am making a difference by using one model or another. Instead, what I'm doing is finding the model that is performing the best for the task that I'm trying to do and using that the best way that I know how. Yeah. Which is not very mindful. So I feel bad about that, and I have to live with that. Ooh. Okay. All right. You win. It's a song. That's why I keep saying that. COC error listing would be next, which is CSP COC error listing with lab and lot. Do you have an overload that has async? Do you have an overload that has the user? No. This fatal will be true. Okay, why don't we have a TRN ID? Because it is TRN ID with a lowercase. Of course it is. There is no such thing as this fatal because it will always be fatal. This is where we're setting error type. It's going to be severe, severo every time, at least according to the way that it's getting populated in the original code. So the original code that I'm looking at looks like this, which is why I'm not necessarily showing it on screen. You've seen enough of spaghetti code, and this, by the way, is inside of a controller. So this business logic here is directly in a controller. But that's how MVC works for the most part. However, knowing what I know now, I would still do an MVC application exactly the same way that I'm doing a Blazor application with an API backend. Even though the controller in an MVC application returns the HTML, returns a view, returns an action result as well, and it's not just an API endpoint. It is the thing that drives the data that is being displayed on the page that you get back in the response. I would still create a separate service library, a class library that has all of the business logic, and then have the controllers just call that. Like, there may be things that I do inside of the controller to set up the view model, but that would be it. Everything else would be in a service class. Right now, the controllers that I do use in Blazor applications that are WASM or have the potential to run as a WASM application, they're just dumb controllers that forward the request to the service. I think this was talked about on TBD stream this morning. always returning okay from an API endpoint. Because these are applications that I control and I'm not exposing them to public consumers, I am okay with doing this myself, because the thing that gets returned with every single one of my service calls is a response model of some sort. And within that response model are more meaningful error messages that are used for this specific application's use case. There isn't going to be a situation that I can think of that will require me to expose this API to other applications. And even if there are, those applications would be controlled by me, essentially. So let's say that the RMA water application needed something from the RTRAC application, which it doesn't. Or if it did, it would use the database directly with its own service calls. But let's say that it needed to run a process in RTRAC using RTRAC's API. I could do that. I could still do that, and I would control the way that RMA Water does it and the data that I get back and how to display the error messages and everything. I'm doing that as opposed to returning some HTTP status message that, for example, if I passed in a list of check file models and they had validation errors in them, then I would return bad request, typically. Or not I would. That is most likely what you would see in an API. Return bad request, give a little blurb about what information is incorrect or what is wrong with the request that is causing your API to return a bad request. Instead, I will have the check files do a validation on the object, if I was doing validation on the check files objects, and then populate a response models error list or validation errors, validation failures, and then return that as my response. Then the response model itself will say, since there were validation errors, then the was error is going to be true. My UI checks for that, and then it renders the error in Blazor. One of the major things that this does for me is it makes it so that I don't have to have my HTTP request, my client-side implementation of this service, for example, which is, OF12, which is here. I don't have to have this be able to return the HTML, parse it, and then somehow display that on the page as the error message. Yeah. Instead, everything that I get back from the server is JSON, because it's a serialized response model of some sort that I can deserialize back to my concrete model. Okay, so that's that description. What else are we looking at? So I just copy and pasted the error listings response. I'm getting the error listing from... Wait, what happened? Didn't I change it? Did I somehow jump up? No. Did I change the wrong one? Yes. I changed the wrong one. Nobody saw anything. So this is the regular record check. This is the STRAC compare. And this is the one that needs the COC error listing, which gives us a this. Okay. Then we know that our error listing response didn't have a is fatal. So this is going to be true for COC errors. So is fatal essentially just means that when a lab runs this, so let me take one more step back. When a lab finishes their analyses on the samples that we send them, they upload those into this application using a TRN file, which we will now be able to see the images for because the application is running. So the TRN file looks like this, where it is a fixed width text file that has a whole bunch of sections that mean a specific thing. Someone called this an EDI, which is a kind of like a data structure. It is a descriptor file that says here is what each of these column positions mean. So columns 1 through 3 are the installation code, 4 through 6 are the media type, etc., etc. So this is what they upload. That gets turned into the TRN records in the database, in the temp table in the database. Then the lab either makes adjustments to it immediately in the application through this UI here, which is the Edit TRNs page, or they go straight into doing the record check. And the record check is the thing that says, for every single one of the samples in this file, do they make sense? Are they correct samples? Why is this giving us back a different set of samples? Did I change more of this? I probably changed. I think I may have changed more of the record check process than I meant to, because I'm not paying attention. You're still checking the error listings. I'm gonna assume that it's because I didn't save yet. Ugh. So this will always be Sabidro. Okay, so they will come in here. It's the lab people that are the ones that are doing these record checks and COC checks, COC compare checks. Check to see if it exists in the STRAC database. I was going somewhere with that, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's not a thing. Okay. Are we repopulating the TRNs? Probably. That's interesting. So is that the original logic? We're repopulating the that's the database project. Okay, so we're here. We just did the error listings here, which again, all this does is runs to stored procedure in a, like, I'm pretty sure that this interpolated string turns the these thingies into parameters, but at the same time, I don't think it is. And the reason that I don't think it is because we are putting the stored procedure name here. And if it was turning all of these interpolated string portions into parameters, we would get errors that we can't provide a parameter for this. It would fail for the stored procedure name. So anyway, that's the old app. This is Entity Framework 6, not Entity Framework Core. And this is how I chose to do it in Entity Framework 6, which was not a great idea. But then again, we are controlling who has access to the application still. So at least some amount of safety. Okay. So once we do that, then if we have records, then we repopulate the TRNs. Yeah, so that is absolutely true. And in both cases, though, Yeah, I think I still want to do it this way, where we are repopulating all of the TRNs without the conditional check. And then that's it. And that should be the STRAC compare. I don't see any errors, so you're probably just angry that I made a rude edit. So we were trying to run again and getting tired because I'm known for being a sprinter, great over short distances. All right, so our record check, we just want to make sure I didn't break that logic. We still have all of the same errors. You know what? Is the error description part supposed to be bolded? Bold. Are you bolded? Your sir or madman? No wrap. Danger. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Bold. It just looks, it looks thinner, but it's not. They look exactly the same. Okay, we're good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. It's okay. And we are here in the chain of custody check, and now we are verifying that we get back the correct results in a similar way. It does say severe, which it's supposed to. That was the main thing that we were trying to get fixed. And we also, as a side effect, were able to fix the bolding so that it looks the same as in the original. When we try to print, it looks like the original. Again, I would love to update these styles so that they don't look so crap. Wait, you two are the same. I was comparing it to itself. Yes, the error description portion is bolded, right? Font weight bolder. Boulder, Colorado. Okay, so let's fix that too. And we found that we can do that in the record check display component. Record check. Why does it keep close? Oh, it's not closed, it's up here. Error listing display component is what I said. And that would be these two here. So are the dashes. The dashes are not bold. The error message itself is bold. Error severity, text bold. Oh, no, wait, FW bolder. That won't show anything here because this is the over, wait, yes it will. This is the individual error, and there it goes, just updated. So now do you two look the same? Yeah, they look about the same font weight. I can't tell just based off of going back and forth, but it's bolder than it was. And this is bold. The only thing that's not bold is this part. I guess I need to compare also the display for records that don't have errors. Are any of these things bolded? The other thing about .NET Framework applications is that they have a default timeout of 15 minutes of inactivity. Yeah. No! Not only that, but the page doesn't really reset. Oh, come on. God. Wait, what? What? Why is one passing in? Maybe it's the COC check that's passing. Yeah, it's a COC check. Okay, so yeah, there are differences. Man, so this one is green. That one is black. Everything is bold. Do I care? I don't really care. It's not going to be good for their printers. If they print these out. Why did they print these out? We don't need to print the internet. I spent a lot of time getting these print styles right. I mean, I guess if they change it to black and white, it'll be fine. It looks fine. Thank you, Dukasoft. Did it play? Better have played. Shout out to Big Gaming. Right, because I turned it down earlier because the anxiety attack was big and I didn't want to get trolled. But I'm good now. I'm good now. And besides, I only have 9,000 points left on Big Gaming's channel. And when that reaches 0, it's possible there are some special things that are going to happen. Oh, you have nothing to apologize for, but thank you for your empathy. Or sympathy, if it was sympathy. So President Nasher said, "It's so quiet, you can't hear it." I was like, oh yeah, I turned it down. Anxiety attack, blah, blah, blah. And then President Nasher said, anxiety attack? That sucks. Sorry to hear. Sorry to hear that. All right. So I think everything is good. I think we are done with the COC compare. There are still some styling things that I want to improve. I just don't know how. Like, how exactly do we make these pages just look better? I mean, they look a lot better than they used to. Here's the load data page that currently exists. Here's our new version of the load data page. You can do unlimited number of files at a time, provided your computer can handle it. Everything is run on the client at this point, so it's not like you're trying to send stuff to the server to have it do all of this processing of the files. It's done in the client in Blazor WebAssembly using CSV Reader. I think CSV Reader, either CSV Reader or Excel Data Reader, one of them. Point is, it's all done here on the client. Yeah, and I just don't like the lack of space or distinction for the TRN list. Kind of feels like it needs a label, kind of feels like it just needs to be a different layout, maybe? Like have the list of TRNs go along the side and then the display of the TRN of the record check result be over here, maybe? After the TRN runs, then turn it into a select list, not a multi-select list, but a single select list with the record check button next to it. I don't know. It's just something off about it, but I'm not good enough at UI to know what it is. ¿Qué más? I think that was the last. Oh, no. The one other thing that I wanted to, no, two. There are two other things. One of them currently doesn't work, and I don't know whether I should restore functionality of it. And it is this MB report thing. So MB and LCS reports don't give back data. I don't know if they should or shouldn't. But the TRN report, this was the one that I spent the most time on. I spent like, I'm going to say 3 or 4 days trying to get the print styling to work correctly. Like the UI styling is one thing. I could have left this as the bigger, like we had, what the LLM did when I was partner programming with it on the UI portion of RTRAC was made this prettier, made this look like human consumable data. Where it had borders around the appropriate places so that things are broken up a little bit better for the eye. But the person at the lab was like, I checked the report that our QC team uses, and it looked terrible. It was unusable. And I'm like, it was unusable. And she was like, yeah, they couldn't print it, or when they did, it just looked terrible. It wouldn't print correctly. I'm like, I didn't even consider printing the reports. Why would anyone want to print the reports? So anyway, this is what it looks like when it prints now, which is exactly what it looks like when it prints in the original. Yeah, which is pretty crap, if you ask me. Are those TPS reports coming? Oh man. Like the font size here is font size XX small. Like, did you know that was a font size? I'm sure there's somebody that knew, but I sure didn't know that font size XX small was an actual setting. Like the actual value for font size. And so at normal scale, it looks like this. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that? Font size barely visible, important. Yeah, that was the other thing. Like doing print, I just felt so dirty doing print media styles. Do I not have it here? Control-Shift-P for command palette. Render. So if we change the CSS emulation, nope, media type to print, this is what I was working in. This is the UI I was working in. And what you'll see is that every single thing inside of the media query is exclamation point important. Everything. We need to make sure that when we print, we override every single style, exclamation point important. And it just felt so dirty running bang important everywhere. Dirty CSS, says Dukasoft. Anyway, so trying to get the MB report and the LCS report, again, I don't know if they're supposed to return data. I don't think we're returning errors at least, which is good. It's just empty data. I don't know that I want to look either. But I do need to ask the lab if they use the MB report or LCS report. The point is that they don't crash the application. Oh, third thing. Where's my notepad? Hey, RTRAC notes. Page titles. Page titles. I don't know when this happened, but I used to have my page titles on every single one of the routable pages. That's gone now. I don't know when that went away. Yeah. Okay. So I need to do a check-in for fixed COC check logic and display. Just like overwriting stuff in WordPress. Ugh. I'm sorry, Dukasoft. I'm sorry you have to do that. I hope you find some way of making it enjoyable. Like, is there anything about what you do with WordPress that's enjoyable? Can you share anything that does bring you joy when you work with it? If you want, you definitely do not have to type stuff. You know me, I don't want to burden you. Not really. The most enjoyable part of working with WordPress is when I'm done working for the day. Like, I say things about WordPress because I hear that it uses PHP. I have never personally needed to do a WordPress application of any sort. It sounds like they are great at CMS, at being a CMS. And it sounds like they are great at templating and just creating fast, iterable forms and stuff. Dashes. Dashi. One more check. I think I just saw something that I didn't mean to see. I think I have the dashes bolded. Okay, good. They are. Because like the dashes here are not bolded. The dashes here are bolded. Again, these small things that I'm trying to, at least for the printed material, the stuff that is getting archived and the stuff that is getting reported to various agencies, I would like for that to remain constant or consistent. I don't want to change up the styles and the reportings for those. In the UI, I'm happy with updating the UI to make it look like whatever I want and just overriding the print styles. I have a decent methodology for making print styles. So for example, if you saw the print style that, or not the print style, if you saw this thing here, here is this entire UI. It has a menu bar with drop-down menus. It has the title portion. It has all of this stuff. But when I go to print, the only thing we see is the content from the report itself. And that's because I have an overarching rule that says if body contains or has a .printable area class, an element with a .printable area class in it, then hide all of these things that are no print. Another way that you could do it is by putting the class no print onto each of these elements. It's just, what if there is a page where the user does want to print out the results from this page, for example, and they want the whole UI there, then they'll be able to do that still. Ooh, chat, sorry about that. I looked away for too long. Roostreg is here. Hello, Roostreg. Would love to be able to code remotely for a living, but my mind can't comprehend any coding languages. I'm sorry. I still strongly recommend it if it is something that you are interested in, if it seems exciting to you or like something you might enjoy, stick with it. Try it for a while. Keep going with it until you get to that point where you're just like, I'm only frustrated by this. I'm not getting any joy from it. I want to encourage anyone who has a modicum amount of excitement, of desire to do software development, to give it a go. Stick with it for a while, for as long as you can. Just do it. Just do it. It's so much fun, but it's not for everyone. Not everyone enjoys it. Not everyone likes the struggle of trying to solve a problem and then getting stuck on it and then figuring it out because it was just a semicolon that was in the wrong place, and then getting a super duper big endorphin hit. But that is definitely for me. At the same time, I say that, and at the same time, in the same breath, I am also relying on AI to do a lot of software development as well, alongside with the software development I'm doing, to augment my own abilities. So I just want to make that clear because it will come up often. We typically do have some pretty in-depth discussions surrounding the use of AI in professional software development, especially on this channel, and typically happens on Fridays. But I'm trying to encourage talking about anything else as well. The topic that I wanted to bring up from last Friday was TBD's stream title from last Wednesday. Yeah, I guess not today. Was if you're working on a software application that you think there's a market gap for. If you find that there is an existing software out there, or even before you start working on it, you think of this idea that's like, I really think I could do this better. Is it worth doing the software development on that application if that software already exists, if someone already has made it? And so I thought that would be a fun discussion to have. I still want to have that discussion on one of our community days. But yeah. Rue says, can I call you Rue? I'm 25 and mainly worked with wind turbines as a technician, but I don't enjoy it at all anymore. See? And you're wanting to do something else, right? I've then worked in an office with planning, project management, etc., but coding just always piqued my interest. I know 2 people who work with software, but they both went to school for it. TBD, I was just talking about them. If you want to see some very successful, well, and I say very successful, I would just say successful, but if you want to see some successful software developers that are in the industry doing software development, that have not gone to school for it, TBD Gamer is a fantastic resource. He has not done higher education, university schooling for software development. I don't know if he has any higher education background, but he definitely did not go to school for doing software development. And he is building this massive application called Liquid Sky that is a project management and planning application that is along the same vein as Jira and Azure DevOps and all of the other project management tools, but in a way that is kind of like project managers, project planners, you guys have your domain, you guys have the things that you care about. Software developers have the things that they care about. There is a middle place for you to meet and discuss, but let the software developers take care of the software developer portions, like planning how to do the work. Let the project managers and project planners decide what the work is and keep those separate, and then meet and talk about that. And it seems like it's going to be a really, really good platform if he can get it done, but he's doing it solo. He has had a little bit of help from a couple of other developers, but man, there are so many pieces of technology in there that it's just really hard to keep up with. But anyway, he is a very successful, I keep saying very, he is a successful software developer who is very knowledgeable. That's what I mean to say very for, about .NET development, and just proof that you don't need to go to university to be good at software development. Yeah, especially with the resources we have available now. He started back in 2000, little before 2000. He grew up around computers and stuff, but back then, way back in our day, we didn't have resources like YouTube and a whole bunch of technical videos out there that are just out there for free that you can have access to. We didn't have people streaming .NET development or just any kind of software development content. And now you have all of these resources. In my opinion, you don't need formal education in order to learn these things. What you might need is an organized resource, some kind of learning plan for yourself, which might take extra effort if, there isn't a curriculum that's telling you these are the classes you must take. Still, if you do want to do higher education, if you do want to do university or technical schools or stuff like that, they are beneficial. They do have their benefits, but you don't need to. I think that, Ruth says, I think that is a problem for me, actually. I have too many resources. Yeah, and I forget about that. That's one thing that I'm like, you have all of these amazing resources out there. And with too many resources comes, what do I actually do? Where do I get started? Which ones of these do I trust? Which ones do I watch? And it makes me into like a couch lock. I like couch lock. First time I'm hearing it, but I understand it. I like it. Don't fall into tutorial hell. Like, I loved doing tutorials, but there was a point where I needed to stop doing tutorials and apply it to the thing that I was working on. Most of the time I learned because there was a thing that I needed to get done using not needed. There was a thing that needed to get done that I chose to use software development to accomplish. A lot of them were based around, here are some tasks that are repeated over and over that take hours to do. Now you push a button, it does it in 5 minutes. And I loved doing that. Automation was just so tasty. Welcome back. Welcome back from your Lurksville. President Not Sure says, yeah, I know how to start with Microsoft stuff, but other things I don't know. Although I know Apple has completely left teaching you anything to third parties. Interesting. Yeah, like if I was going to get started in another language, someone came in earlier talking about Django. And let's say that I wanted to learn how to make an application in Django. I would first, for myself, determine, well, first of all, what is Django? What is it used for? Then I see, okay, this is a web technology. I could make an application using this with a UI and all of that stuff. Good. Now that that's out of the way, what kind of application is interesting enough to me that I would stick with it long enough to learn the software language? And for me, that would be the financial management application. I'm still working on it. This is what it currently looks like. I did this in Blazor. Man, that was fast. And so we were doing this on the stream, and the difference in what I'm showing here and what we did on the stream is that this has a completely different UI. Again, the UI itself is partner programmed with AI. I'm not going to use that other term currently. I will use it every now and then. I'm not necessarily a fan of it, which is not saying that you can't be. If you like that, then you do. So point is, I have a financial management tracker. The reason that I wanted my own financial management tracker is because I have one in Microsoft Access that I've been using since about 2014, I think we saw, while we were making the application. And I've been keeping that up to date. Instead of using the built-in Access database engine, I ended up switching over to SQL, and I have all of my data in a SQL server. So that was perfect for turning it into a web app. I'm a .NET full stack developer. Why haven't I made this into a web app yet? And I finally did on stream. All of the business logic and all of the core logic and code is still the same as what we developed on stream. The UI is just very, very different now. So anyway, point is, I've always wanted to have this. I would want to use this as the application type that I learn another language in, because there are so many concepts in this: reusable components, reusable UI, the actual business logic, using a database backend, using messaging services in some way, shape, or form, all of the things. So I would want to be able to recreate this using whatever language I'm trying to learn. So find something that you care about and make that be the thing you try to build with that language. If you're in the learning phase, if you're at work, then find out whatever the task is that you need to do and find a way to make code do it. Write code that does it for you. I love that expression, automation is tasty. I feel the same. Just need to find what to automate to get started, I guess. Yeah. President Not Sure said, yeah, I know how to, I'm going to read it again. Yeah, I know how to start with Microsoft stuff, but other things I don't know. Although I know Apple has completely left teaching you anything to third parties. So as far as the resource overload though, it's a big issue, in my opinion, that I don't know how to get around it. Like, the way that I learned Blazor was I consumed every piece of information that was available for Blazor, had all of these disparate seeming puzzle pieces, and then I put them together myself in a way that made sense to me. That is just how I ended up learning. It is the typical approach that I take, where it's like, I need this puzzle piece. How can I find out what goes here? And usually what a lot of people find is that those puzzle pieces are pre-made and they already exist. So there is Kafka for messaging service. I don't know what Kafka is for. There's Rabbit Message Queue for storing messages and being able to have a central place for other applications to access to process messages. And instead, what I typically end up doing is finding out how all of these things work and then make it myself, roll my own. It's just how I work. Might not work for you though. DC Aggie says, I often try a new thing by writing an app to allow you to look up / display people from our SIS, think CRM. And yes, Kafka is a message processing, queuing, etc., like Rabbit Message Queue, the last I heard. Like, I know that TBD uses it, so I was half recalling him saying that he uses both Kafka and RabbitMQ, and then in my mind that means that they are similar to each other. Okay, anyway, please feel free to continue the discussion. I am going to add some page titles. I'm not going to be doing anything super duper heavy mental-wise, thought-wise. So if you do have other things that you want to bring up, please feel free to, and then we will discuss. I am closing all my tabs. Oh my goodness, it is a clean slate. Look at that. And I'm going to open only the routable pages. Thankfully, the way that I have my project structures organized is that any .razor component that is directly under the RTRAC blazor.pages project is a routable page. So we're going to open all of those. Oh, except for the routes, of course. Routes is the entry point for all of these pages. Water levels edit is empty. Nandemonai. Is there a water levels edit page? Let's go here first. Kafka plus RabbitMQ equals oppressive and nightmarish fictional world for rabbits, says DC Aggie. Most likely. Most likely. Oh no, I chose the wrong login. Clever, says President, not sure. Water levels, ice levels, auto-scrolling worlds. What's next? Herbs, flowers, fetch quest? Yes. Oh my goodness, yes. And no, not again, Dukasoft. Not again. Last time that happened, there was water all over my desk. Not really. But I will drink it. Okay, water levels edit. Why don't I have a submenu under water levels upload? Interesting. So when I'm in final roll, provided I think it's just being in final roll, I should have a water levels edit. That's not good. Okay, water levels edit. I thought we were done with all of the UI, putting together the UI. The next thing we're going to work on, by the way, I think starting tomorrow, is going to be the, if we don't get to it today, it'd be cool if we got to it today, is adding in the lab data up import utility. So the thing that happened before was that we had labs, I showed it earlier on stream, but we had labs that were providing the upload file for the sample analyses data using a TRN file. And that TRN file is in a very specific format that is so many characters represent the installation code, and then the next so many characters are the media type, and then so on and so forth. And that is how we create the records in the database. However, we now have other labs that are providing data that are not in this TRN format. Instead, they're just giving us Excel files. And those Excel files have column names that are whatever they want to call those column names. And so we needed a tool that was able to convert, or not convert, but map those column values into this structure so that we could upload it into the database. And so we did that over 4 or 5 months, I think is how long it took us to get that one done. And it is its own application currently called the Lab Data Upload Utility, Lab Data Import Utility, which looks like this. It's just that it is a separate application. And what they do is after they provide the files for this application, they go to the RTRAC application, which is one that already existed, do that record check process that we were just cleaning up. They do this record check on it, and we'll actually see those files here under the EF lab. So that's what these are. They do this record check process, they submit it, then our internal team goes as a final roll, finds that TRN, and then finalizes it, which puts it into the environmental database where it lives forever. You can push the finalize button. No, it should be disabled when there are no TRNs. Much like the chemicals. Oh my goodness. That was spot on. That was pretty perfect, DC Aggie. Oh my gosh. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add page titles to every single one of these routable components. Yes. I liked that one a lot. And I don't know, wait. I should have all of these. They should be in the menu system. Shout out to DC Aggie. Every now and then you will find him gaming. And when he does, he's wearing a mask. The masks that he has are super duper cool. He adopts this whole new persona and just, yeah, it's a good time. Definitely check out his streams. Follow him to know when he goes live. It's not often, but when he does, he drinks Dos Equis. Okay, we are looking for menu, not menu item. And the menu items are going to be here. Okay, this is kind of hard for me to track down. This wasn't done in the easiest to understand way. Again, the last time that the story goes, when I first got here in 2017, there were all of those applications that I showed at the top of the stream that needed to be converted from JSP to something Microsoft. I was the only developer, and then there was a help desk person that changed jobs when I got there from help desk technician to junior developer. They didn't have any software development experience. So all of the decisions fell on me for what technologies to use, how to put the code together, coding styles. So it was pretty much like being a solo developer, but at the same time, mentor to the new developer that was just learning how to do these things, who is really smart, by the way. He's really cool too. We keep in touch. You guys remember Jeremiah, aka Jerbear. So anyway, I went with the technology that I knew best at the time, which was ASP.NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC applications. And that's why you see there are 2 leftover MVC applications, because they haven't been converted to latest technology yet. there were so many applications to do. So anyway, we did all of those applications. Many people, many people. I wouldn't want me as a mentor. Although I've done mentorships, like I've been a mentor since university. It was the thing that I really enjoy doing. It's why one of the reasons that I stream as well is so that I can encourage people as opposed to tell them there. As opposed to doing the thing that seems to happen with a lot of other situations. Okay, moving on. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, no. The applications needed to get done very fast. This is an Army contract, by the way. The top level of this is an Army contract. This was an Army installation back in the 40s, even before the 40s. Thank you so much. Too kind, too soft. Super, super kind. So after getting the applications converted, though, and there were a lot, and I keep saying that, there were just a ton. So I think Jeremiah ended up getting 2 of them done. We had another contractor come in to do one of the desktop applications, and I pretty much did the rest of them. Is that a lie? Jeremiah did moisture instrumentation. He did he do the original Vegemon? He might have done the original Vegemon conversion and STRAC. So he's done at least 3, if I recall correctly. And then I did pretty much all of the other web apps, the other 2 desktop applications, and got it all done. Kind of just lifted and shifted, took all of the UI, put it into MVC format, took all of the code behind, turned it into C# and put them in the controllers. And the applications worked. I worked a little bit on making things a little bit better for the UI, like the menu system is not nearly as terrible as it was in the JSP versions of these applications. So that was good. That was fun. Then Blazor came out. I was really excited to use Blazor, and I'm like, our desktop applications could benefit. Oh, no. Something else that happened during that time was that all of the servers we were hosting locally, we had essentially a server closet that had real servers with vSphere on them. And yeah, the Army said you can't be a data center anymore. So you can either host your data through Fort Carson, which is going to cost X amount, which is some hundreds of thousands every year to host, or you can choose your own as long as it is approved by us. And we looked at Azure, we looked at IBM, and we looked at AWS. I was most comfortable with AWS. It was affordable for what we were doing, and I lifted and shifted into AWS at the same time as converting the applications over. So moving the databases, moving the IIS servers, so setting up actual servers in an organized way on AWS, which, that was a fun time. We're still paying a little bit too much for what we're using it for, because again, we have 3 full-on, actually now 4 full-on EC2 instances that are up 100% of the time. And there's probably opportunities where we could shut them down in the non-working hours, but I work whenever. I try not to work outside of the normal hours, but there are times when I just need to get something out of my brain so that it stops hounding me while I try to sleep. So moved it all to AWS, converted them all to MVC, then started converting them to Blazor because I was excited about using Blazor. Converted that first desktop application, DDMS, into a Blazor web application. It worked beautifully. It was awesome. I made some terrible choices, but it got done. I learned a lot about Blazor while doing that. And at some point, I got all of the applications except for 2 of them converted to Blazor. 3 of them converted to Blazor. And then I started working on the conversion of RTRAC. And then a few things happened in the workplace that were not desirable for me and nor for my wife. because she was also working there, and our supervisor was not very mindful about his he just wasn't a mindful person. So I ended up leaving, got us both out of there, and I went to a different company, worked for a software consultancy for a couple of years. And then Navarro, which is the subcontract or the prime contractor now on this Army contract, was like, hey, you know what? We still would love for you to maintain the applications. We love the work that you did. We understand your situation with the previous consultancy. They aren't here anymore. Would you be interested in still maintaining the applications? So I started my company. They contracted my company to work on these applications. And so when I left in 2022, this application was half done. And when we came back to it 4 months ago, I think 3 months ago, I was like, there's a lot of work that was already done on this application. And it's not really the way that I would have done it. So what am I supposed to do? So that's my story. Sticking to it. Any questions? That was fun. What's next? Okay, I think we can use this to get our individual menu items, which is where we are, and get the page display for them. Maybe we can just add a property called page display. What do you think? So like return to LSS is return to lab. And it's so weird because the menu item is return to lab, but this is return comment to LSS, whatever that means. And then the page title is return to LSS, which is just the route. I don't like that. What I'm thinking of doing, and this could be a bad idea, this could be a good idea, it could be the best idea I've ever had, is just using the menu items display title. So the way that it displays here in the menu would be the way that it displays in the tab. Is that a terrible idea? Let's find out, shall we? Water level maintenance menu item, display text. Not that we even have this page, so it's not a good one to check. View TSP, view archive TSP. So that would be here in view data. Nope, TSP data, view archive data. And so now the page title is view archive TSP. Does anyone happen to know when you're using a web application, does the application name typically come first and then the page that you're on? Or is it the page that you're on dash, like the way that I have it is page that you're on dash application name, acronym, whatever. So should I put application name dash RTRAC? Should I put RTRAC dash application or dot page name is what I meant first time? Any opinions on that or informed ideas and thoughts? So if I were to search for parranda in Puerto Rico, Google does it where it's dash Google search at the end. For example. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that, and I'm still open to anyone's thoughts, opinions, ideas. I'm not settled on it. It is just what I had done a while ago, and I still do it. Okay, So we're going to copy Ju, copy Ku, pasta U. This is the search archive. Nope, there is no such thing as search archive stats, which is view stats. Are you search archive stats? You are search archive stats. DC Aggie says, asking a group of developers for thoughts, opinions, and ideas. I too like to live dangerously. Wait, no, he doesn't do the pinky. Or does he? Every now and then. Danger. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha 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 ha. Archive TSP. Which one of you is this? So TSP archive is not view archived. It's not view final. It's not finalize. TSP archive. It would have to be the final role. Who else would be able to archive a TSP? Is that not? Interesting. I don't actually see a menu item for it. Huh. Interesting. I don't know what page this is. Yeah, and it's, wait, this says view final TSPs. This is view final TSPs, not add to archive. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Sure, why not? President Usher says to DC Aggie, gotta block out some time first. For asking for opinions. Okay. This one is, yeah, like the thing that I'm not getting is why am I not using the display text as the page title, as the thing that displays up here. Instead, they are hard-coded values. Search biota data. Also, funny pet peeve, says President Not Sure, people saying quick question. How many of us share that? I'm raising my hand because I share it, whether at work or even on a Discord, because it's never a quick question nor a quick answer. And it's not necessarily that for me. It's just, it's a question. Regardless of how long it takes. If you say quick question, you're creating an expectation. And when that expectation is violated, then I have a hissy fit, personally. Talking about me here. View biota data. And it doesn't need to be quick, just ask. And I will help to find an answer. That's what President Not Sure says. So I share it with you. Yeah. I know the feeling. I don't like this button. Quick question. Why is this button gray? 10 hours later. Search archive. Just regular archive, I'm going to assume. And again, I am at a point where this is not taking too much mental effort. The thing that is taking mental effort is keeping this menu open. I'm not doing something that is taking a lot of mental effort, so please feel free to bring up conversations, whatever it is that you feel like talking about, if you so feel like it. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep talking about the things that I am doing, which is just copying and pasting the page title onto all of the different pages, using the display text for that page as the tab title, and of course guessing what page we happen to be on. Watermon upload page, for example. I am also verifying at the same time that when I do change it, that we are indeed seeing the title update. DC Aggie says, like customers who say, it's perfect, we just want one more button. I'm like, buttons are free. If you want something to happen when the button is pressed, that's where things get expensive. Like even asking for a styling change for one button is not always straightforward. Upload water levels. I wonder what this one could be. Water level upload menu. Oh, it was DC Aggie that said that last comment, by the way, that I read about customers. ¿Qué más? What page? Lots. Upload lots. Wrong. Lots data is always so difficult for me to know where it is. It's its own menu item, that's why. I keep looking in regular data, but it's its own menu item. So again, what I am doing, hello Juan Van, welcome in. What I'm doing currently is I am adding tab titles. I'm updating the title that displays in the tab for each of the pages in the application. I'm also verifying that the title is getting uploaded by going to those specific pages and making sure that the tab is updated and that it matches the actual page that we're on. And again, this is where it's just really weird because the actual page title itself, it does not match the menu item title. And I'm kind of wanting to put the page title in this same object, but it wouldn't make sense because this is the menu item model. What I might do instead, if I were going to do this fully, and I don't think that I am, because this is good enough, which I don't like saying, but this is good enough for trying to get the tabs to have an updated title. What I would do is turn these into page layout models. So we would have the page layout itself. The page layout model would have the display text that is used for the title on the page itself, information about what CSS class might go around the left side if it does get one or not. So that one got, yeah, and these don't even match. So this would be one of the main reasons why. This was something that I allowed AI to do without too much intervention on my part. But I would want these to be consistent. So this records check, teal color should match. And then the load data, all of that stuff should also match. So those two look like they are, well, they're not even flipped. They're just, yeah. So if I am going to use colors, have them be meaningful. Whenever you see this color, you can assume that it is some sort of upload type situation. Whenever you see this color, it's some kind of analysis or verification. Yeah, that'd be how I wanted to do it. We may still end up doing that eventually. But hello, Fulisnabble. Julio. Fulisnabble. How are you doing today? I hope wonderful. This is the unload TRN page, which is output. Output. Why would unload TRN be an output? Are we using any AI to make this? I used ChatGPT in Visual Studio Code, targeting Sonnet or having it use Sonnet to do a lot of the UI. The original UI looks like this, if you recall. And I'm more focused on the functionality part. So while I was working on the functionality portions of the application, I was having ChatGPT go through and redesign the UI and apply all of the same methodologies to each of the pages. It's relatively consistent. Yeah, and it's a much better job than I would have done on my own, as far as coming up with color schemes, coming up with the layout itself. And I appreciated it, definitely appreciated it. But there were quite a few things that I still needed to make sure that I was involved in doing and making sure fit the same standard that all of the rest of the pages fit. So again, I always call it, for myself, and you definitely do not have to agree with this, but I always call it partner programming with Copilot, with AI. I don't call it vibe coding because I am not just letting it go in agent mode and do all of the software development portion of it. Even though a lot of the times it is just going off and I'm verifying that what it has generated is good for this product. But for my personal home products, yeah, I'll definitely just let it code whatever. Sure. This is like, for example, my landing page for my home network. This dashboard here is connecting to my IIS server, reading it, finding the names of all of the applications that are on my IIS server, and also verifying whether they are running or not, whether they're up or down. So the bot, I'm still struggling with when I'm hosting it in IIS. This site, my landing page, financial management test, image viewer, which is now media viewer, stable diffusion installations on the different computers that are using a reverse proxy to access via IIS, the TRAC memory archive, user management, vital preset helper, all of these things. Correct. These are all local. These are internal. I don't like, these were not intended to be exposed to the external world, except for a couple of them for me to access from wherever I am. And so I set up a VPN and a whole bunch of other stuff that just make it seem like I am working on my internal network, and then I have access to, like, my financial management tracker. Let's say I'm out traveling. All of my data for the financial management tracker exists on a database on one of these computers. Like I said, this is one that was partner programmed. Well, again, I would say that this one was more vibe coded, where I let Claude via ChatGPT, via Claude via ChatGPT, Claude via Copilot, GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio Code, design, come up with the implementation plan, and go through like literally each step of the implementation plan. Because like I want to, the more that I keep talking about it, the more I want to put together some kind of training material for successful ways to use AI. Not necessarily the way you have to use it in order to be successful, but an approach that I have found to be very successful. One of those things is to, the very first thing that you do with it is have a discussion, have your planning discussion. And instead of just saying, I want an app that does this, this, and this, do it, you come up with a, implementation plan that has steps, that has segmented work. And then as you are working on it, like another thing that you could have the LLM generate for you is the set of issues that you should create in order to accomplish every single one of these tasks in bite-sized branches, essentially. So you can see all of the different steps from that implementation plan are listed as issues. I did upgrade my GitHub Copilot to Pro, or whatever the one is that allows you to use Copilot agent mode in GitHub. So that you could just assign the issue to Copilot and it will do the work. You will see some of these where it's like, all right, we did the thing. However, there was a lot of back and forth. Maybe not in this project, because this project, again, it's just a landing page for me to see the status of my IIS server. That's it. So again, it did a lot of this work on its own. I didn't really need to do too many changes to it, and this is what came out of it. This is not to say it is appropriate to use AI in this way for every single application type you could think of. This has very, very minimal impact. This doesn't cause harm to anyone if it fails, and it's very low risk. So just be considerate about your own personal use of AI and how much review of the AI generated code you personally do. Sometimes the application is important enough, this one for example, for you to handhold it through every single line of code that it rates. Yes, I used the LLM to help create the plan. It was a full discussion. Like, I don't think that I have that discussion on this computer, but it is in the Copilot chat history on that computer where I was doing the in ask mode. So it was in ask mode the entire planning session, and when it did generate any markdown, I would use the little button that says paste into file or whatever the thing is. But it was in ask mode during that entire discussion phase, which was a few days worth of talking about how we're going to go about implementing the application. I'm not trying to use AI to implement things faster. I'm trying to help use it for myself. Again, you do not have to use it this way. You don't even have to agree with using it this way. This is just how I'm choosing to use it, to fill in gaps or to implement applications that I just haven't made time to do myself. The major gap for me, as you saw when I was doing the financial management tracker, is UI. So I just had it throw together the UI on top of that redesign that we started close to the end of this application. The entire service library, that's all the same. That didn't get touched at all for this. It just built a UI on that library. So yeah, filling in gaps, doing entire applications on its own for things that don't matter, for things that are not high risk, for things that are not going to harm anyone if it fails. If it is one of those types of situations, for example, the reports in here, these are slightly more higher risk because there are labs from across the US that will be utilizing this tool, that will be entering information about, is that Morse code? I can't read Morse code. That are uploading information about samples that were sent to them and the analyses done on those samples. And so if the information gets out to the public about those results when they shouldn't, just my thoughts, just running with my thoughts, then it is possible that could cause harm to the lab itself, to the installation itself. And so I want to make sure that there are safeguards in place as this, or, you know, if it's being reported incorrectly as well. I want to make sure that there are safeguards in place and that I have reviewed pretty much all of the code that the LLM has generated for this particular code base in a professional setting. And so that's where it's like, I would love to have a training series that is on the different levels of, I don't even know what to call it, the different levels of visibility of the application, the risk levels of the application, and how much involvement professional software developers should have when utilizing AI as part of their workflow. This also includes best practices, it includes ethics, it includes, and that's a really difficult one because there's more to the ethics than just, am I using the AI to generate code that is not harmful, that is reviewed, that is testable, that I can answer to pretty much every line of code and take responsibility for every line of code. That's something that TBD brought up that is at the forefront of my mind now. But it's also, how is the training data for this LLM sourced? How are they powering the servers that are running this LLM? Which President Not Sure was bringing up earlier, or DC Aggie. Both of them. I'm going to say it was both of you. And they are big considerations. Yeah, so is President Not Sure. They are big considerations to make when it comes to choosing what LLMs to use, as well as how to use them responsibly. And then some techniques for being successful with them. DC Aggie said, I was just thinking it loudly. And it's constantly on my mind. I have not been able to act on it, or to pull myself to act on it. And that's a me thing. You can fault me for that. I will take responsibility for continuing to use LLMs that are hosted on, and right now I'm telling you the primary one that I use is Claude. So if Anthropic are doing anything that is harmful to our environment, I am partially responsible for that. I will answer to that because I am choosing to use their LLM. I don't know if there are other processes that are being used with ChatGPT that go through, I keep saying ChatGPT, with GitHub Copilot that go through GitHub servers and then goes to the models. Because if so, then I'm also perpetuating that issue. And I don't not see it, and I don't not think about it. Double negatives for the win. I definitely see it, and I definitely think about it, and it weighs on me. But I haven't done anything about it, and I am admitting that. I haven't changed my behavior on account of it, other than utilizing the technology in a way that is hopefully efficient for getting the thing done. It does feel like there's a lot of fluff when it responds. I don't think it needs to respond with as many tokens as it responds with. Like, we should have a way to limit its response. There's a concise mode in Claude, in the actual web, that says, do the coding part, do as much of the coding part as is necessary, but when you respond to me, I don't need a verbatim script of here's what you were thinking about and why you were thinking about it that way, and here's a summary of all of the changes you made. I can see the changes that you made as you go along making them. I'm using GitHub, so I can do a diff on the files. When I'm happy with it, then I will commit it so that the next time I have you run in agent mode, then I will see the differences and be able to modify anything that did not make sense to make the changes for. DC Aggie said, well, they haven't unleashed a chatbot that praises Hitler and goes on anti-Semitic rants. That's a really low bar, but worse, that's a bar not everything is clearing. Yeah, this is true. So it could be worse. And the thing is that that is often driven by users trying to utilize systems in ways that make it do that. And it's not necessarily inherent of the technology itself. It's inherent to the users and the mentality behind users that are purposefully trying to make things like that be an issue. Like the fact that you can do this is just proof that we should not be using AI for anything, as opposed to, let's talk about these situations. I've already conceived of the situation because I was about to type in, tell me something negative about this group of peoples, or criticize this other group of peoples or these ideas in a negative way. And it will do that. Instead of doing that, posting it to social media, making a big deal about it, why not communicate that to the technologists that are creating the software, work with them, be like, here's something that I thought of that could happen. We should check to see if it is possible to do internally. I've actually made it happen. Here's proof of that. But no, there has to be some amount of, let's media outlet this. And so I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It grates on my nerves, you know? Export TSP, which is submit. Nope. Which one of you is export TSP? Export TSP email? Yeah. Oh dear. Oh. This is going to depend on which operation we're doing. And what are our possible operations? And I didn't just drop the conversation, by the way. I'm pausing for anyone else who might have input or opinions or ideas. Please feel free. We can use this for finalize, submit, email, unload. Does that mean this is going to need a switch statement? Interesting. Is that different than... That's different than the way this works. TSP is all in one page. Not all. The email, unload, and... Well, I guess right now email and unload. So what am I going to do? I think the way that I'm going to do this is we are going to create a variable or a property that will use the tier. Why don't we just use page title? In this case, I think we're just going to use page title instead of the menu items display text, because the menu item is going to differ based off of which operation we're doing. Since we're already showing that operation in some printable way, let's just go ahead and use that as the title. And there we go. So we have email TSP, we have unload TSP. Perfect. And I'm going to assume finalize would be another one for TSP that uses the same page. Yeah, TRN export TSP. So that is the default, TRN export TSP, but we could route to finalize, and that would work just as well. All right. Yeah. That's a thing. When you try to route directly to one of the pages, it's going to route you back to the home page. You know, so if you type in the URL directly to one of the pages, it's going to reroute you to the home page because of the mechanism that I put in place, where if you're on a page that does not exist for the role that you're switching to, you get routed to the home page. That check, I think, happens during the authentication, the authorization step of the application loading. So if we manually route to TSP and the authorization step hasn't finished yet, it's going to detect a page route during the authentication step and then route you back. What? Then why did you route me back for finalize? Oops, that was a shift enter, but whatever. This is a good test in a brand new window, and it didn't route me back. So why did it route me back to the home page that other time? That's so, oh, right, because I went to /finalize. And it's probably that /finalize is not an appropriate route. And so it takes me home tonight. I don't know, man. Cotton. Okay. Moving on. We're going to go to TSP check. And TSP check is a records check for TSP. Does it really have its own? TSP check. Sure does. TSP check menu item. And President Not Sure is saying it's not just anti-Semitic rants. Check why the CEO quit, or the ex-CEO. And again, that's like, if it's just to bring up drama, we don't need that drama here. But if anyone is interested in it, there is a situation that they are alluding to that you can definitely research and find out about. It's not something I'd be interested in trying to facilitate conversations around. There's just no need for it, in my opinion, on this channel. Other channels, fine. Anywhere else you want to talk about it, fine. Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't saying you were doing anything wrong, President Usher. Not at all. I was emphasizing or restating your offer to look it up for anyone that might be interested in. You were saying it directly to DC Aggie, but I was saying it to everyone else. Everyone. Where are we? Canada. TRN management, which is TRN view mode, which is going to be these pages here. So once again, I think I'm just going to use the, oh, I can't use the page title because I'm putting the lab code. I don't know. I don't mind that so much. What happens if you have two page title components on the same component? That's not this? It has to be this, trn/edit, yeah. It just doesn't hot reload. In fact, it probably crashed. No, it's still running. Sumimasen. I'm just gonna rerun anyway. And it's going to give us errors. Hot reload could not work because of a WebSocket exception. Well, of course, I was just trying to rerun the application, so of course you're going to have a WebSocket exception. Okay, edit TRN. I'm going to say edit TRNs for EF, and if I change you to AR, then that also changes to AR. Cool, I like this. We can do the same thing for email, TRNs. No, we can't. Because it's only for view TRNs and edit TRNs. Aha. Okay, fine. I'm okay with this. Yes. I get it, man. I get it. And you are the finalized TRN, which I think is going to be called export. No. Finalized TRN, which should be this page, TRN/export. Good. How reload? Anyone? Aowen? Aowen is her name. I was trying to think of her name last week when it came up. Yunk. All right. I was trying to find other people to work on since everyone has stopped streaming suddenly. The only one going is Bitgamey. Bitgamey. You. Please tell me all of you are working on something and not just playing games. Pray, please. Hey, cool. Everyone is doing some kind of software development. All right, where are we? We are on Biota selected file TSP. I have an entire rant, but I'll save it for Friday. Cool. Cool. Okay. Final TSP or finalized TRN should be this. Oh wait, no. Where are we? We're in submit TRN. Submit TSP. Submit TSP. That should be this menu. And it still says finalized TRN. You summon a biscuit. I changed it. Where's my how reload? No, nada. There it goes. All right. So submit TSP is gooch. Weddy gooch. Weddy gooch. Snapple says there's also the new Grok AI companion. How that will impact society if it gets used widespread is interesting. I find that interesting to think of how many people are concerned with the social implications of individuals using AI as replacements for human connection. I think it's a topic that I would want to discuss in depth, but the thing that I find most interesting about it is how large of an impact is perceived that it will have. mostly because my opinion on it is that it's really not as big. It's not going to be as big of an impact if it does happen. And then, of course, I'm always wondering, like, why are we so concerned about how other people are spending their time when it comes to their relationships with other entities, other things. I don't think we're in danger of depopulating the world. Submitted report. Is that you? No, that's you. Okay, so submitted report is submitted TRN report. And menu item. So this would go faster if I was just copying and pasting this into all of them and not verifying. But I did decide that I'm just gonna chill with you guys, have conversations. Provided the conversations don't go too far into just, let's talk about the negative impacts of stuff. But yeah, I don't care how people spend their time, but it could impact society, which is interesting to me. But I also realize I know nothing, so I guess I just observe. I definitely don't know anything. I have my opinions, and I'm interested in hearing your opinions on why you think that it's going to impact society in a negative way. Like, the thing that I see happen the most as someone who is highly introverted, someone who doesn't like to spend time outside of my little bubble, I guess I assumed, yes. I assume that because when it comes up, it's usually along that vein. So I did make the mistake of assuming that you were intending it in a negative way. Yes. But when I've encountered people who are like, you need to get out more and you need to be more outgoing, talk to us more, blah, 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 it seems that it has always come from a place of fear. Of like, if I don't hear you say anything, I don't know what you're thinking, and you could be a psycho killer, whatever. I'm like, I know myself. So instead of needing you to feel uncomfortable being around me because my preference is to be non-interactive in that way, then I'll just not be around you. I will remove myself. I'll find a job elsewhere. I've always been upset, I will say. I've always been upset of the implied social contracts that, because I live in the society, I am opting into. It's not something I'm choosing to do, as opposed to leaving room for people to live the way that they live. It's one thing to have unpoliced societies. It's another thing to have like expectations that apply to every single individual, regardless of your personality, preferences, and biology, makeup, and all that stuff. People who need help, says DC Aggie, who need access to a therapist or doctor turning to or being directed to AI is bad, as in causes harm. And again, that's a blanket statement that I don't know is true or not. I'm sure there are reported cases where it has been beneficial in whatever capacity it's in. I was about to qualify it with in a supervised capacity, for example. But it could be that there are times when it has turned out to be beneficial for those that need access to a therapist. I think one thing you're alluding to is the potential for there to be a widespread availability of AI therapists, for example, and how that could impact the mental stability of the patients that are utilizing this easy to access resource, because it's possible that the LLM is going to give them advice that is unhealthy. And that would need to be really considered. I don't think a system, well, I don't think an actual medically backed system would be put in place without at minimum considering those. There may be a lot of third-party, private sector types of applications that probably already do exist. And it is irresponsible of organizations, of companies, to put things out like that without very specific safeguards, without indicating that this should be used only by someone of clear mental health. If you are not feeling seek professional medical advice before using this application is pretty much the thing that I would want to see on those types of applications. Methods. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so like this, that was very weird. I have no idea why the menu item kept disappearing just then. Was I really sliding down one too far? So I did make it to where you can click on the menu item and it'll stay open. So I hope that will mitigate that. But yes, it is this. Interesting. So this is not the regular methods menu item. This is view methods. Okay, good. There we go. President Not Sure is saying, I think ChatGPT was pretty sensitive about mental health questions anyway, and directs you to seek a professional. If you type something that is anywhere near that, not sure all the LLMs will do that through, unless forced by law. Yeah, exactly. And it's like that responsibility is on the provider. Just like any software that we generate. Again, this is why I would love to see adopted into the some kind of, and I want it to be a regulation, but I also just think that it's going to be a best practices or standards or something that we can call it, but for the use of AI in a professional environment, professional software development environment. One thing that would be nice to have as part of it is the ACM Code of Ethics, because essentially this is just saying, as a software developer, I'm not going to do things that are purposefully harmful, purposefully destructive, purposefully disruptive. Essentially, I am going to uphold a certain standard, a certain code of ethics with the knowledge and tools that I have, because that knowledge and tools do bring a lot of power, and I will use it responsibly. Same thing with AI. If you're going to use AI as a professional consumer market company, then there are certain standards that you should adhere to that should be spelled out somewhere. It's the first do no harm situation. Why are these not centered? I bet you this one has a margin. Nope, no margin. It's just Open Iconic. For whatever reason, Open Iconic does not like to have their icons centered on baseline. It's really annoying. Oop, I missed a thing. DC Aggie said, after his comment about people who need access to therapists, doctors, blah, 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 flipping a coin or asking an 8-ball can work out. And I think that is an oversimplification. Again, those are the types of phrases where it doesn't seem very thought out. It is and I'm saying that in such a attacking way, and I don't mean to, so I apologize for that. It doesn't seem like it is intended to give a fair assessment. Instead, it's intended to give a reactionary response instead of actually considering what are the portions of this that are not safe and how can we make them safe. And the underlying statement is that utilizing AI for therapy, for example, is a lot like flipping a coin or asking an 8-ball for help. And I think it is vastly different, especially if the model that is being used was trained on very specific types of data, types of material, and has safeguards in place that will prevent it from giving advice surrounding doing harmful or negative things. And we have the technology to do that now. Directing people in serious need of help to do so is beyond negligent. Yeah. So the analogy is there, and I don't think it fits the scenario. I don't think that purpose-built LLMs are like flipping a coin or asking an 8-ball for mental health advice. Like if we're going to continue, or not if, I am continuing in using that as the example. Like, I don't think you should go out to ChatGPT. I don't think you should go out to Claude, to Grok, to anything and be like, I need mental support. I need a therapist. Be my therapist. Those are not purpose built for that. To my knowledge, I should say, those are not built for that. There should be a purpose built, backed by medical professionals, LLM that is purpose built for that. Because I think the benefit of it would be we do give more people access to this type of support when we don't have availability of affordable healthcare, especially in the mental health arena. But again, they should be backed. They should have, in my opinion, they should have guards on them, and they should be used, or they should be implemented responsibly. A mental health patient may not know how to use it responsibly. So that should also be in consideration when deploying any kind of system that would use it as well. So some of the safeguards could be things like, if it seems like there is an unhealthy relationship developing between the AI agent and the user, then we should have something in place that just puts a flag on it. It doesn't capture the messages or anything like that. It just puts a flag on the account and a message is sent to them. I think this is already in place. I think this is already something that happens. Yeah, so that would be one approach to a safeguard on this type of system. The responses, before they even go out to the user, would need to pass through a series of checks and balances for, let's analyze the message that we are about to send to the user. Is it harmful? Is it XYZ? Does it meet these criterias for being a valid message that should be sent to the user? They aren't made for therapy, says Monte Carlo, but GPT is great for the deep research function. ask any dumb question and limit references to academic sources, and you got yourself a pretty good formatted report after 10 minutes-ish of loading. And again, that's where I'm talking about there could be a purpose-built LLM that was trained on material that is published educational material, let's say, that is able to provide that kind of support. It's not going to have human empathy. It's not going to have human sympathy. It's not going to have human connection. However, it may be something that someone will need for I'm thinking about doing this harmful thing and I can't stop thinking about it and I can't get a hold of my therapist. And then for people like me that are just, I don't want to interact with people. And like, yeah, that's its own thing. That's its own conversation where I'm going to drop that one. Probably shouldn't have even said it out loud. Return to lab. We know where this one is. But I am not dropping the conversation itself, by the way. You are still welcome to continue on this topic, and I will keep reading. A therapy dataset for an LLM to do it would be hard to gather. Yeah, like the entire sourcing the material, that is one of those areas in the use of AI, in the generation of models, that could be a little better. Just a little. Some guidelines for how to source the data that you train AI models on. And it should be specific to the industries that are using them. It should be specific to the use cases of the LLMs themselves. And it shouldn't just be train it on the entire World Wide Web of internet. Like, the thing that is cool about having the entire internet as a training set is it has language. The next thing to do with that is to tailor the generative aspect of putting together the vocabulary of that language into meaningful ways that are not harmful. And I think that that is something that is possible. It sounds really hard though, but I think it would be possible to do. Oh. Excuse me, who is Report Lab Lot? I should have been doing it like this the whole time. Report Lab Lot is going to be, excuse me, you should be down here. Report Lab Lot menu item. And it says TRN MB LCS report. Hello, TBD. It is going well. How are you doing? Just sharing some opinions currently. If you all don't know TBD Gamer, he is a very talented, I keep saying very, 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 every time that I talk about TBD, because I just can't. He is very talented and very knowledgeable .NET developer. Well, developer in general. He uses more technologies than just .NET. For example, his UI is typically in Angular. It's his preferred UI language if he's going to do UI, at least from what I gather. But there are a lot of .NET technologies he does use, to include, I don't have a cheat sheet or anything. You don't see anything happening. And anyone else that does have more things to say about this, please feel free. Please feel free. So for example, his Liquid Sky application, just to name a few right off the top of my head, he uses stuff like Kafka, Rabbit Message Queue, MongoDB, SQL Server, Redis, YARP, Angular, Next.js, GraphQL, aka.net. Yeah, just a couple. Totally off the top of my head, too. He's like, where do you just type it every single time that you type it into my chat? Yeah, I hand type it. I collect all the things he says. But yeah, there has been a conversation going on surrounding comparing the social implications of more use of AI in our society, in our world, essentially. And it was initially presented as a neutral, I'm interested in seeing where it goes by Foolish Snobble, not necessarily a negative thing. And I took it as a negative, which is my fault, that he was implying that there's going to be a lot of negative fallout and stuff like that. But he didn't mean it that way. At least his statement was, did I say that it was negative? And my answer was, no, you didn't. You're absolutely right. You didn't. You're absolutely right. But yeah, if you are interested in hearing and again, I'm going to say this way, a sober take on partner programming with AI. I am going to say the word out loud, TBD, so cover your ears for a half second. TBD, vibe coded in a large, do we say large scale? A moderately complex application using the tools available to him, and he is going to present his findings on his Friday stream at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, UTC -4. Follow him, check it out. I'm interested to hear the results on it. There are, of course, a lot of opinions that I will have, and we may continue the discussion on Community Day, may not. We may talk about something else entirely, but there will be things that he says that I don't necessarily agree with, and I don't find to be the case for me and all of that stuff. But I am still very, very interested to hear what his experience was so that I can maybe understand a little bit more how other people are using the tool in ways that are different than the ways that I'm using it, and what I count as a success versus what they would count as a success. Maybe my bar is way too low. Maybe my keyboard is running out of power. Cables everywhere, man. Okay. So what I'm currently doing for anyone that just recently joined the stream is I am just going through all the pages, all the routable pages, and putting a page title on them while also making sure that I am targeting the right page and putting the correct title on that page. And I'm also having the hiccups suddenly. Okay, so we did the record check. And do I have to go through these one page at a time? Could I just do the updates? Yes, I could. No, I don't have to go through them. But I like to verify. I think that one was this one. Hi, it was definitely that one. We looked at it before thinking it was a different one. The map well one. So I don't know if the map well listing is supposed to always show or if it only shows for final. Oh, floppy pants. I need to know whether my user currently has the map role or not, or if it's only on the other account and that's why it shows up for the other account. And And I am in the user management page, which I can show you what that looks like from my home network version of the same user management application. It's just that I have the user management application for this connected to my dev database so that you can't see any of my other users. But this is where I'm at. I'm looking at the roles that are assigned to my particular regular user to RTRAC, and it does indeed look like there is no map role in my dev, and this should be a reflection of what is in test. So it's entirely possible that I just don't have the map role. Interesting. So that account does actually have final role. And it's weird because the menu items that are showing up for that account, for the one without the .sa at the end, only show menu items for the intermediate role. I'm going to see what happens if I add the map role. And get rid of final role. And we should log out. And log back in to get my new claims. And I don't see any map stuff. However, if we do log out, and just to prove that we did remove the final role and that the roles did take, I'm going to log out of this application, which shows me all of the possible roles that I could pick from. And we no longer have final, but we do have map. Interesting. Okay. However, here's the other weird thing. If we log into the one that does have the SA, which is only final, which might also have map. Yep, only final and has map. Then we see the map menu item available. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so I'm going to put the final role back on the other user off screen. And by the way that I am doing this so that you can see it on screen is I pulled up my user here and I'm using this UI to find RTRAC. There has to be a better way to do this, to present this information that I am happy with, but I am picking, yeah. Preliminary final map. Oh, well, yeah. I was like, why isn't preliminary already selected in map? I just selected those. Dev database, test database. Come on, man. Pay attention. Okay, so this is what my new roles look like for the test database, test for this user. Okay, so this is map well listing. What do I have in my clipboard? Good. I have the right thing in my clipboard. And this is map well. Are you map maintenance? mapmate. Yeah, mapmate menu item. Okay, so if I save that, then we should hot reload and get our title. So he says. No changes applied. There we go. And our next page, load TSP, which is not going to be available to this role. Easy enough. So have I discouraged you from continuing the conversation, or has it actually just died down? I really don't mean to discourage people from having opinions about this. The things that I do try to discourage are when we start talking about very specific demographics, and when it's oh, absolutely good. I definitely don't want it to be a distraction. Glad you are tracking down your bug. If there are topics that I'm just not knowledgeable enough about, or feeling comfortable or competent enough to facilitate discussions around, then I will discourage those. But I want to make it okay to discuss AI related topics here, unless they start crossing fields into those areas that I am not comfortable talking about, because I just don't have the information, not because they shouldn't be talked about. Oh, also, TBD helped me realize what might have been wrong with my microphone on Discord for Community Day. So hopefully next Community Day, if anyone does join the voice channel, you will be able to hear me without my mic dropping and making it seem like something is wrong with your headphones. That was just mean. That was very, very mean. Regular load data, which is here. Technology never gets easier, just more complex. No, that's a lie. There are things that got easier. For example, typing a document. I hear you. I hear you. No, you're right. Printers. Corrupted files. Yes. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. I hear you. It did get more difficult. Homepage, RTRAC, user display. Actually, I just want this to be RTRAC home. I don't want it to show the role. Whoops. Are fax machines gone yet? Because those were my nemesis. They are not. I can tell you at least one organization that uses a fax machine. Can you guess which one? Might be affiliated with it. Not my company, just an organization that I happen to be affiliated with. I think I've stunned him. He seems a bit moonstruck. Should I even put dashboard up here? Any opinions on this, on what I should put for the title on the landing page for RTRAC? Should I just put home? Make it the same as all of the other pages? Because right now this is what all of the other pages look like. It is the title of the page, space dash space, RTRAC. And so when you go home, should just be home-RTRAC, maybe. If anyone does have an opinion, I will read it and I will come back and make changes if appropriate. RTRAC user guide. So this one is very different. This one says RTRAC user guide. I want this to be in the same format as the rest of them. User guide, RTRAC. And then, oh man, that's going to be fun. Updating the screenshots for this. Has anyone ever needed to maintain a technical specs document that has screenshots of the application? I was doing that in my previous excursion when I was working with the other consulting firm. And it was a modernization effort, a UI modernization effort. And so maintaining a technical specs document that has images and screenshots of the application is just, it's not worth it. There has to be like a library that would be cool. It would be cool if there was a library that used something like Playwright to document to create your tech specs document with screenshots. I document the software in README files in the Git repo. That is sufficient in my opinion. Yeah, and the tech specs document, the reason that we had it is because we sent it out to external, I don't know, were they alpha testers? But yeah, that document would get shipped with the release candidate. And so it wasn't just a matter of giving these external entities access to our private Git repo. Although now that you say that, President Not Sure, what if instead we used the very same README or the wiki, I guess, because it was like over 100 pages. We use the very same wiki and generate the document based on that. But still, just the process of updating screenshots and stuff, it was annoying doing it in Word, but yeah. I don't think it would be any better if we were just maintaining it as Git wiki. Biota. What even is this page? Finalize biota. Biota. Is there a such thing as finalized biota? Oh, there is. Man, the organization of this, like, I want to ask if they are okay with me putting things like this. Because like we have regular data, that's where finalized TRN is. We have TSP data, that's where finalized TSP is. We have biota data, and the finalized biota data is in finalized regular data, or is in regular data menu item. It doesn't make sense. Do you think they would be pissed if I did that? What if I just made the executive decision now? Final menu items. Biota data. Oh wow, are you not formatted? Oh my gosh. It's fine, it's fine. I want you all to be the same. I'll come back and clean you up. Like the one thing that's really difficult to do is to use format document on collections, or even on wrapped parameters. So when you put parameters on a new line, it's not going to auto format them to your tab width. It'll just keep them wherever you had them. And object instantiation, apparently. I thought that those also did the formatting for you, but no, it does not. Okay, so if I put that in there and got rid of it from here, do you think anyone's going to care? Oh, right. The menu has already been read, so we're not going to see the change unless we refresh. Did I read the actual part where President Not Sure said, yeah, we have some of that, the tech spec stock? I declined. You do not have formatting applied. Oh dear. Are you actually finalizing these? Please don't finalize these. Please fail. No. Dagnabbit. Oh. It is not easy to undo a finalize. And to get the database back to a state where those records exist. Dagnabbit. Slugging them up. Pieces of shiitake mushrooms. Oh, whatever. We have enough records to still use for our UI. It doesn't... Oh, because I didn't go to final. There's a final. We're good. We're good. Everything is fine. Nothing happened. We're good. Field data is maybe field data. One more reminder. Next week, Wednesday will be the first day that I will no longer be streaming. It is for at least a week. So no streams next week. And because I'll be on a trip driving to Missouri, 2 states away. Yep. I think the road trip part's going to be fun, at least. How dare. Hodor. There's field data. And email TRN. Is TRN email. Whoa. Did you clear that with us first? I don't remember signing off on this. I'm a contractor. Oh, by the way, I won't be streaming next Wednesday. Is tomorrow your last PT? And so you're back to your regular Monday through Friday stream, except for next Wednesday? Until the end of the month. Yeah, I remembered you saying that. And then I remembered you saying something about, I think, next week. I got confused. So Tuesday, Thursday is still off, but next week, Tuesday, head to Texas for a day. And then no stream on Wednesday. And why does this one look so different? So different. So only Monday and Friday. And even then, there's a possibility only Monday or only Friday. Or neither. Because every day is a new day. And who knows if we feel like waking up. And I mean, oh gosh, that sounded really bad. Waking up on time to have a stream is what I said. Create a biota. Create. And code changes applied. How reload. Compare duplicates. When did I open compiler config? I thought that I was careful about which files I was selecting to open. Compare duplicate lots is actually called compare lot. Yeah. Which is here. Yeah, I really like, the more that I see the UI and the more that I interact with it, I am glad of the choices that Claude made via GitHub Copilot. I don't think that I would have come to this ever as a design that I would have chosen. And I do find it appealing. And usable at that. But I'm going to get more feedback from our actual users and make changes based on that. So yeah. Same Dukasoft. So same. Chain of custody check, which is the logic that we just fixed earlier. Yeah, and so you see how like there are the things that I don't like. For example, no padding up, well, no padding in the inner box above the edit TRN. Sorry, the TRN select list is what I said. But also the fact that these biota pages look quite a bit different. If I had TRN still to show on these pages, we would see that the lab lot selection was not in the right place. That's a small thing to add though, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, I would say it got me about 95% of the way there, maybe even 98. I'm not good at estimating. And then again, someone with an actual skilled UI UX eye would be like, you shouldn't be doing that or that or that. That was a bad decision. Here's how you can make it actually look appealing to users. You just violated 16 different gotchas that happens to newbie UI UX developers. That is absolutely okay. Add to archive, which is also in, I think we, yeah, okay. I think we saw it in intermediate. Yeah, add to archive from RMAED. Come on. Did I not save? There it goes. And finally, about, which I can delete now. We do not have an about page. So it's gone. I just deleted it. I don't know if you saw, but I just deleted a file without thinking twice. Let's verify in compiler config that there is no about.razor.css or sass. It isn't. And that's it. So we applied titles to every single one of the routable pages. And we are at time. Look at that. So we accomplished two major things today. We fixed, why are you doing, what are you doing? You're compiling the CSS, yes, but there aren't any actual changes. Okay, Um, so we fixed the logic of the chain of custody compare so that it is doing the correct analyses and also pulling the right information. This thing no longer says none. It says severe like it's supposed to. We also noticed that the error portion was not bolded when it should have been bolded. Same thing with the field name over here. So we're making it like the actual display part of these analysis errors does get printed by the lab, apparently. I don't know why they need to print stuff. So I wanted to make sure, no. Oh, right. And then they have to change the margins and all that stuff. I wanted to make sure that they had a similar experience when they're printing their stuff so that it doesn't look different in their records. Or too different, I guess I should say. So this looks very similar to the original printing of the analysis errors, this TRN LCS report also has a similar vibe and feel. Does that say Oreo? Oh, Oreo. That's funny. Oh man, now I want cookies. But that's going to be it for our time. We made a lot of progress. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that tomorrow we're going to be able to start adding in the load data, the lab data upload utility, lab data import utility into RTRAC so that the users will have one place to load their data. And what I would love to be able to accomplish is that this will use logic that says if it's a text file, treat it as a TRN. If it is anything else that we support, XLS, CSV, then treat it as the lab data import utility. Then the UI that we get back is going to be based on which of those types of files we have. The hard part is going to be what to do if there is a mixed set, because I'm allowing them to drag multiple files or even choose multiple files from the file select picker window. So it already does handle invalid formats and stuff like that. So we're safe there. But what I'm thinking of doing is having a tabbed view. Does that make sense to do? So after you pick your files, if it is a combination of XLSX, CSV, and text file, then the text files will get put into one tab. No, the results will be put into one tab, and then the second tab will be the lab data import utility if it's needed, and it will only show up if it's needed. But then we'd have to do one per file. Oh my gosh, so much to think about. Anyway, you get where I'm going with that. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot to do with it. It's going to be fun. We're going to raid out. We're going to raid out to our good friend who's still going, who's probably going to raid out soon himself, or has stopped because my entire browser is frozen and he's already ended his stream. Yeah, he's raiding out right now. Boo! We didn't catch him in time. Let's go to another friend. That's Turgus. We should double raid Turgus. But anyway, we're gonna head over to Sedlix. Let me go to this scene. And I am going to finish out my day by, like, this is one of those situations where I want to use this 2-hour time because we did do quite a bit of work on stream, which was great. I feel like I was able to do my job and give them their money's worth with the work that I did. But I also want to address those styling issues on those biota pages, since I don't think they are going to take very long. But I should just leave it for tomorrow morning. I know that I'll be able to get it done tomorrow morning. And I'm just going to be writing stories. So I am going to move on to story writing, creativity. Maybe I'll share my story on Discord eventually. So yeah, I'm going to be hanging out here on Sedalix's channel, who we're going to raid into, on Irish John's channel, on Mad Chirpy's channel, and it's Oik. Those are the 4 that I'm choosing to lurk on while I do my story writing. But that's it for me for today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And feel free to join us again for our next stream tomorrow, where we will be doing the lab data import utility logic. Hopefully I'll have something figured out about how to import records from multiple files with this UI. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I just had a flash of a few thoughts that are still tab oriented, where each file gets a tab. And yeah, we'll find out. Anyway, Sedalix's channel is marked as intended for mature audiences. He's usually pretty cool about language. He doesn't use too much foul language, but he does, which is fine. So definitely keep an eye out. Or if you are not a mature audiences, then don't come with us. Otherwise, please do. And that's it. Ciao for now. Enjoy.